Yo, what is up, everybody? Andrew Mahone here with my great friend, Riley Hulbert. How you doing, Riley?
I'm doing so good, Andrew. How are you doing today?
I
How often do you get asked that?
am having, you know, yeah, every day when I go to Taco Bell. Have you noticed that the Taco Bell employees, I feel like they're trained, either everybody that works at Taco Bell is very friendly or they're trained to ask you how you're doing. I feel like they're always so surprised when I say, great, how are you? And they're like, oh, well, I'm doing nice. Thank you.
I know. I always try and reciprocate the kindness that
Uh-huh.
people show me.
Especially in the fast food lane.
Yes.
Yes.
Or the Target checkout. Those people see some stuff.
It's true. It's true. Yeah, Natalie called me out the other day because I was checking out at Dunkin' Donuts. I was getting a bagel, and the lady said good morning to me, and I didn't hear her, and I just had my card out the window.
It's completely uncaring.
Yeah, she's like, no, take my card, give me bagel, please. Thank you guys so much for the warm welcome, and thank you for being here. Really excited about today's stream, Riley. It's not every day that you're in town, so
No, literally, yeah.
yeah, no, really excited to have you here. Riley traveled all the way from Wisconsin to attend Natalie and I's wedding. So thank you, Riley, for being here.
Oh, of course. Absolutely. It's a pleasure to be here.
Now, Riley, for those of you guys that don't know, has been a featured guest on this channel before. I mean, all the way back. I mean, let's think about some of the first times you featured here. You featured during some tabletop streams when the studio was in my one-bedroom apartment.
I was on your very first live stream.
I do
actually,
remember that.
on YouTube.
Yes. So if you look way back at the first live stream on YouTube, Riley is there. I think, was it you and Natalie?
I think at the time, yeah, Natalie was still joining the streams.
Yes. Yeah, so I remember there was definitely a stream with me, you, and Natalie. Yes.
There was definitely one with the three of us. I think multiple even.
Yes.
But
I looked back, and there was also our mod, Kyle, was the first chatter.
That's cool.
in that live stream, like 5 years ago. Yeah. And
that's wild.
And
yeah.
now Kyle's a mod. So that was sick. That was honest. It was like, I was just looking back at it just for old time's sake. And then sure enough, there's Kyle, like in the chat. I'm like, no way. That's crazy.
Lore runs deep in the Tricky Gym.
It really does. So, yeah, Riley's been a featured guest here on the channel many a time. And now he lives in Madison, Wisconsin. So, don't get to see him as often, but always a pleasure to have you by. Now, if you tune in to JW and Riley's Tag Team podcast, then you're no stranger to what Riley has been up to. Tell us a little bit about the Tag Team podcast and how it's grown and just what it is that you and JW do every week.
Yeah, so shortly after I moved to Madison, I still had the itch to be involved in some way in content. I had been very involved in Tricky Gym during the duration of time that I lived in Ohio, and that obviously wasn't going to be a sustainable solution anymore. So JW was just getting started with his Flex Daddy Righteous YouTube channel at the time, and I reached out to him, and they said, hey, do you want to just do something interesting together? We could work together on some project. So we went back and forth for a little while, and eventually we landed on, we want to do a podcast of some sort. We want it to be like a high production value every single week, be consistent with it, release a show. And so we started, I think, my third week at Epic, where I work now in Wisconsin. And it's been over 3 years, and it's been really awesome just working on that together, developing it. So every week, every Wednesday, we record live on my Twitch channel, and then we release it to all those podcasting platforms the following day. And it's just been awesome. It's been awesome to keep up with the meta, talk about it, just chat with JW every week. So if you're into that kind of stuff, definitely check it out. We put a lot of effort into it for sure.
It's amazing. So definitely make sure to check out the Tag Team podcast on all podcast platforms, wherever podcasts are available. You can scope them out. It is a great listen, a great way to keep up with what's going on in the Pokemon TCG community from a competitive perspective and just all things the Pokemon TCG. Now, Riley is also a very accomplished Pokemon TCG player. The Tag Team podcast, definitely no slouches. Riley's got a regional win himself, multiple world qualifications. JW has 2 regional wins. How do we let JW get the most regional wins out of our friend group, man?
You know, I've really tried to get some wins in there, and I felt like I was close enough to be able to do it, but it was not able to get all the way there. So JW, I guess, is just the best of us.
It's just, I really hate to admit that. It really brings me a lot of pain to admit that, but yes, but JW is also a very accomplished player. But Riley won the 2018 Dallas Regional Championships with a Zoroark GX deck. So it was expanded format, and I have never revisited this format since. It was kind of just, played it, and Riley won. I got 9th place with my very standard-looking Buzzroc deck.
I think there were 2 expanded, maybe 1.
There's like a handful of expanded cards. Just a couple colors and a computer search is really it. That's it. Other than that, I took a standard deck to an expanded regional and almost top 8. So I bubbled out of top 8. But Riley was first seed. You didn't lose a game the entire. You dominated that format. Tell us a little bit about your Dallas regional run.
Yeah, so Dallas Regional, it was very obvious in my mind that Zoroark GX with Skyfield was going to be the best deck. It actually, I don't believe, won the previous regional, but it really stuck out to me as a deck that was appealing. So I put a lot of time into it. Probably the most time I ever put into a single deck was with this Zoroark deck. I was in college at the time, and I was easily distracted even when I was in my classes, so I'm just grinding away constantly on TCGO with the Zoroark deck, hundreds of games on the ladder, and eventually got to a point where it all just kind of felt like it came together. At the time, kind of our philosophy on deck building was a little bit different. We were laughing about it this morning. But there's a lot of room for like tech cards, which with the Zoroark deck just felt like a very natural thing to do because you can always discard them with trade. And the one tech card that was really my secret spice that ultimately led me to being successful and also got Andrew Dankis a top 16 playing the same 60 was the red card. So I was under the very strong philosophy that you want to be able to play multiple supporters somehow in a turn or like get that value. So I wanted to be able to end and hex my opponent was like the logic that I had. And eventually I realized I can't play both without the Dual Brains Magnezone, but I can get really close if I play a red card and then Hex Maniac. And now my opponent has 4 cards in their hand and no abilities. And you can even reuse that combo with the Puzzle of Time, which was not yet banned. And it was just a really powerful combo. Not a lot of people had really experimented with some of those more crazy item techs in Zoroark at the time. And that's ultimately what led me to my success. Is I had that just crazy combo that not a lot of other people had really considered.
Now, yeah, we tested a ton of this Zoroark deck leading up to this regional championships. I remember having Zoroark boot camps at the apartment where we just set out an 8-foot table and we had multiple Zoroark mirrors.
There's 3 Zoroark mirrors going on at a time, and then you trying to play a fighting deck.
Well, I at first was trying to play the Zoroark deck, and then I just, I had an aversion.
You did.
I had an aversion to Zoroark decks.
You did, yeah.
And so despite testing the Zoroark deck for the boot camp, I decided last minute that I was going to just play my favorite standard deck in Expanded and see how it went. Because nobody was expecting Buzzwole GX, Lycanroc GX to show up in an expanded field. I mean, Night March was still a deck, Vespiquen decks, all these powerful single prize decks that could just knock out Buzzwoles very easily were still prevalent. And so none of the Zoroark decks were playing like Mew EX to deal with the Buzzwole. Why would you have to do that? And you could also just knock out a Buzzwole if you wanted to by benching 8 Pokemon with a Skyfield. So that, wasn't a deck that was really teched for. And it was off of people's radars, so I was like, yeah, that's the deck I want to play then. I'm just going to go in and just do the same thing that I've been doing in Standard. Was able to get top 4 to regional championship with Buzzwole Lycanroc that season, so I was like, let's just keep this ball rolling and Expanded. So I played a Buzzwole Lycanroc deck that had no Versus Seekers in it, which was very, that was weird for Expanded format at that time, where most decks were just, those were the first 4 cards you put in an Expanded deck.
Yeah.
Were the 4 Versus Seekers. And then you might even go and play some Puzzles of Time, and get even more stuff back from the discard pile. But my philosophy was that I'm going to have the strongest turn 1s and turn 2s out of any deck in the field because I'm going to go turn 1 Sycamore or turn 1 N or, every single game. So that was the idea, and it led me to a 9th place finish at the same regional championship. So Riley and I never got to play because Riley went undefeated or whatever. I was a little bit more in the weeds, okay? I had some weird stuff come up.
Yeah.
But we never got to play. I bubbled out of top 8 at 9th place, and Riley ended up winning the tournament, but in an alternate dimension somewhere. Maybe I finished 8th place, and Riley and I play in top 8. And today, we are going to produce that alternate timeline where I get to play my Buzzwole GX Lycanroc GX deck against Riley's tournament-winning Zoroark GX Skyfield deck. And we're going to see if we can alter the fabric of time and space and change history as we know it.
Big stuff on the line.
Yes. So I'm very excited about that. We've also got a Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR deck with some modern World Championship competitive decks, Palkia VSTAR and Arceus VSTAR, featuring Radiant Charizard. This is a little homebrew list that we just cooked up this morning, and I'm just really looking forward to seeing if the new Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR has got any legs to stand on. So that's something we're going to be getting into today as well. Now, you said that you actually played this matchup. You didn't play against me, but you did play this matchup, Zoroark versus Buzzwole, at Dallas.
I did. In day 1, I think I was 5-0 at the time, and I played Justin Buchter, our good friend. No longer plays the trading card game, but really awesome player, and he was playing the same 60, the standard Buzzwole Lycanroc deck that happened to make its way over to Expanded. And I did end up 2-0ing him at that tournament.
Yeah. So Riley's feeling pretty confident, I think, about his ability to take down the Buzzwole Lycanroc deck. So let's get into some games. We're going to be doing the tabletop production as we've been doing it here on the channel lately with no overlay, and we're going to do the overlay and the editing. I haven't asked Chip yet, but I'm sure Chip will be down with another job, right? Whoa, Andrew Ionios with 10 gifted subs in the chat. Let's get some hype going for Ionios. Wow, 61 total gifts to the channel. Chat, give it up for Andrew. Absolutely incredible. Also, one thing that I forgot to mention, today is the 1-year anniversary of Gym Leader Challenge. So that's really exciting as well. The mods put together an incredible article on gymleaderchallenge.com just celebrating the 1-year anniversary. A nice gallery as well of people's Gym Leader Challenge decks with some incredible pictures. And I definitely recommend checking it out. You can see that at gymleaderchallenge.com. And huge thank you to everybody who has made the Gym Leader Challenge format what it is today. So, the task at hand, however, we've got some Zoroark decks, some Buzzwole decks, we've got some standard favorites up here. What do you want to kick things off? I haven't decided. Where does chat? Where do you guys want to go? You guys want to go back or to the future? Yeah, which direction?
That was cute.
We could do a poll. We could do a poll. Let's do a poll ski. Yeah. Which Zoroark are we starting with?
I will say these two Zoroarks look incredibly cool next to each other.
They
have
are
very
very
similar
aesthetic.
vibes, but you got the white and pink versus the black and red.
There you go. You got 2 minutes. Marty, we have to go back. Oh, I love that. Battle of the Zoroarks. Yo, maybe we should just play the Zoroark decks against each other.
I feel like one would fare much better than the other in that situation, right? For whatever reason.
What are you talking about? Yeah.
I mean, we have like a better version of Riotous being in the format. So.
Dang, bro. It capped out at 210 damage, man.
Yeah, 180
the
without a
same-
tool.
Gives up the same amount of prize cards.
Palkia gets to 160 with 5 Pokemon on the bench.
Gets to 260 with 5 Pokemon on the bench.
Well,
Oh,
even if it's just your bench, you're at
Oh.
160, right?
oh my gosh! With your
If
opponent having
Zoroark
0.
has 5 Pokemon on the bench, is 120.
Yeah, it's there. You go. Yeah. Thank you so much, Miko. Oh my God, Miko with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Miko. And oh my gosh, if you have not seen Miko's latest video creation in the Discord, you're missing out. My goodness, it is absolutely insane. He absolutely roasts me, and it's phenomenal. So you got to check that out. Miko is, I think, inarguably the top poster in the Discord. It's got some amazing stuff, some amazing content. Miko made a video where he is applying to be the stand-in for Tricky Jim while I'm away on my honeymoon for 2 weeks. So it's definitely an instant classic.
And he definitely nailed it.
He did. He did. All aspects of the Tricky Jim stream. Yeah, Miko was taking notes for sure. Thank you, Polls, for those 100 bits. Looks like we're going back, Riley.
All right.
That's what chat wants to see. So I am thrilled about this. Now, I know I'm going to ruin the immersion. I've got non-era correct GX markers. I was like thinking to myself, like, oh yeah, I got GX markers, no problem. Like, whatever. They say tag team on them, man. What am I supposed to do with these?
It's truly unfortunate. Yeah. We were trying so hard to be era specific with all of our card selections, and the GX markers is what got us.
I know. I mean, but who has old GX marker? It's a tag team. It's a podcast reference. There you go. Yeah.
Clever. Yeah.
Oh my God, these cards feel so much softer than my standard cards.
I wonder why.
Because they're just all destroyed. Oh my gosh, they've been so easy, guys.
They've been through the ringer for sure.
Yes, they feel so nice. You have them down there, Zealy? Are you trying to bring in 2 markers before we get started, Zealy? I don't think it's worth it. The tag team markers are fine. Right? I don't know. Does it ruin it?
I mean,
Zealy, if you get them up here in the next 90 seconds.
Tag teams were a year away from existing at this time.
It'll take a minute. All right, yeah. You're on the clock, Zealy. Let's go. We'll wait. We'll talk about the matchup a little bit more while we wait. Yeah, it is best to be accurate about these things. Also want to do a quick check of the hand cams, make sure everything looks square. And just get... All right, there we go. That's Riley's hand cam, so... Looking good, Riley. And then my hand cam. Oh, yeah. Looking immaculate. Yeah, that's a lot of fighting energy. Yeah. We had some really cool battles at this regional championship. I played a Vespiquen deck during my winning in to day 2. I was going on stream to play against the Vespiquen deck and was like, all right, guys, it's been a good run, about to get my teeth kicked in by Vespiquen. Yeah, it was a funny haha, deck choice for the tournament, but yeah, oh well. And somehow ended up winning that. I have no idea. I mean, Buzzwell turns out Buzzwell strong energy is like pretty good.
Yeah. Jet punch.
And if they just like don't knock it out, then you're coming back in for like you can knock out Combi. Only got like 40 hit points.
That's right.
So it was it felt good to just like play a deck that actually used Jet Punch again. It kind of reminded me of like 2015 Lambats.
Yeah,
The
totally.
whole Landorus strategy. Obviously, there's no Crobat in the deck, but Jet Punch just was very good. And nobody was playing Mr. Mime at this tournament. Because nobody, right? Because why would you? There was no spread decks.
Not at all. Yeah, I think. Well, there was Trevenant, but that was damage counters, right? So it didn't really matter. I think probably my most interesting match of the whole weekend, besides probably the finals against Isaiah, was my first round in day 2. I was looking at the standings, and it was very obvious that I was going to play the Shocklock deck in my first round, and I really did not have exceptional outs to the Shocklock deck, right? You know, if they actually get the combo going, it's tough.
Oh my gosh.
And what ended up happening is in game 1, I was able to chain enough red cards that they just eventually started whiffing their pieces. And so I was no longer paralyzed and I could actually attack them. It's so broken, so dirty. So that worked out really well. Then game 2, he just did not have the pieces to get moving at all.
And yeah, I'm really excited about the. I think that this version of Buzzroc is potentially my favorite version of Buzzroc that I've ever played. First of all, you get to play Colress, which is insane.
Every deck feels better with a Colress.
Yes. So playing a couple of Colress was absolutely gnarly. I also really enjoyed the Buzzroc decks a lot better before B-String came out. Because when B-String came out, it was all about just like, you have to hit those or you lose, right?
Yep.
And that just felt bad. It felt less fun. Yeah. When the format turned into that, it was just like, all right, yep, it's the V-String turn. I got to go find one of those suckers or else. Yeah. And the Buzzroc mirrors became like exceedingly toxic at that point.
Yeah, it was really annoying.
Yeah.
And also just like the Baby Buzzful tempo game plan, which is not as fun as going in with the big GX.
Yeah. No, yeah, it was interesting. Yeah, the Baby Buzzwole thing was like just more annoying than it was fun. The big GX strategy with Buzzwole and Like Rock was definitely, you know, the version of the deck that I have the fondest memories of. And then I particularly love this version of the deck because it's got Carbink Break in it. And I think that this was before we started playing the Carbink Break at Standard.
It was, yeah.
Yes.
So 2 months before that.
Yes, this was 2 months before we came up with the broken Carbink Break Garb deck with Buzzwole in it that Natalie got second at Collinsville? Yeah, yep. Collinsville Regional Championships. So it was like that same season, and you could see like this was like the seed that was planted that led to the eventual Carbink Break that we fell in love with, because that deck had a 2/2 Carbink Break line in it, which was like absolutely insane. All right, Zealy, we're done waiting for you, bro. There's no way you've got these things. We've been waiting way too long, Zealy. Too long. Now, what were the turn 1 rules back then?
Turn 1, you could do anything except for attack. So you could support her, most notably.
Could not attack, but you can support her.
Yes.
Yes. Cool. Gosh, turn 1 supporters are so nice.
Yeah.
Now, especially when you're playing a deck with Lele and Bridget, right? And that list is playing 3 Tapu Lele in it.
Yeah, well, you want to hit the Bridget.
Yeah. And something that we were talking about is that a lot of these decks are just playing 4 Ultra Ball.
It's wild how the philosophy of search cards has changed over the course of the game. I think it was really around the time when we started having to rely more on Nest Ball that people's positions started to change.
Yeah.
But back then, it was just totally normal in all of your decks to play 4 Ultra Ball, and that's it. Just draw your Pokemon.
Just draw your Pokemon. Don't be bad. Yeah, that's it, right? So, yeah, that philosophy has certainly changed. A lot more ball search happening now. There's also better balls. I mean, yeah, Quick Ball and Nest Ball are just like some of the...
Well, Nest Ball existed, though.
That's so crazy. Nest Ball is now considered to be one of the best balls in the game.
Yeah, one of the best balls ever printed.
Right? But I think like at first, people were kind of soft on Nest Ball in expanded format because like, the big beef with it was like, I can't get Lele. you know.
It's a different time.
All right, Zealy says he can't get him, so we're just going to start. Now, when we're doing this tabletop gameplay, I'm saying this just as much for Riley as you got them? All right, well, hurry. Yes, hurry, Zealy. Hurry. All right, we've got the error correct GX counter. Thank goodness, honestly, because tag teams were not out yet. Okay, so we can't use these. Thank you, Zealy.
It would just be wrong.
It would be wrong. The show has to go on, but it would be wrong if we had to use those. So for this tabletop production, I'm not going to be doing overlays. If you want to follow along, I highly recommend looking up the cards on pkmncards.com. That's the website that I use for all of my card database searching. We are just going to be using the raw video from the stream to edit in post and create a really nice tabletop production. If you've been watching any of the tabletop videos that I have been using on the channel lately, thank you, Zeely.
Ah, yes.
This is what I'm talking about. Now we're in business. Yes, yes, yes. If you've been watching any of the tabletop videos on the YouTube channel lately, then you'll know what I mean. And Riley and I are going to be announcing, our plays and what the cards do, and talking through our turns very methodically, so that hopefully it's as easy as possible to follow along for you all back home. But the idea is to have us create some very clean sound bites as well, and have our game actions all be very clear. So when you play an energy, say, I'll attach a fighting energy to my Buzzwole, announce the names of attacks, and things like that. Cool?
Absolutely.
All right, good stuff. Riley, would you like heads or tails?
I'm a heads guy.
Heads
I'll
it
go
is.
first.
Sounds good. Did you ever choose to go second back then? Just no, right?
No.
Absolutely ridiculous.
When you can play supporters going first, the motivation goes tremendously down. Maybe Night March decks would choose sometimes.
Maybe sometimes. Do you have a basic?
Nope.
Neither do I.
Fun.
Yeah, so during this era, everybody chose to go first because you could set up. I mean, nobody was really using any sort of meaningful attacks on the first turn of the game. Buzzwole could attack turn 1, but even then, setting up for a turn 2 Knuckle Impact was better than a turn 1 Jet Punch. So,
yeah, and you had to think as well, back then, there's so many cards that are now banned that are legal at this time. So you had the risk of Getsis or Hex Maniac if you're going second before you even get to play the game. So I totally understand why you would choose to go first every game.
All right. If there's a mod in the chat, can you start a prediction on who's going to win game 1? All right. I've got a basic.
So do I. All right.
Good luck, Riley.
And also have fun.
Ooh, the Shaman EX starts.
Very famous starter. I'll go ahead and draw for turn. And I guess that is something. I'll attach a double colorless to my Shaman EX. And we'll go ahead and use a red card.
Ooh.
And play a Hex Maniac.
Whoa!
And then I'll Puzzle of Time. So with playing one Puzzle of Time, not as exciting as the two, but I get to look at the top 3 cards in my deck and put them back in any order. So basically I get to stack my deck from the top 3. And from those, I'm going to pick the card that hopefully lets me play the game a little bit more from here. Meanwhile, Andrew's going to shuffle his hand and draw 4 off the red card. It's an item card that has an incredibly powerful disruptive effect. So Andrew has to shuffle his hand into the deck, draw 4 cards, and with the Hex Maniac, he won't have access to his abilities on the following turn.
That is a rough way to start for sure.
And with that, it is your go.
Cool. I am starting with a pretty good 5-card hand, actually. This deck has an obnoxious amount of supporter cards in it.
Yeah.
So it's pretty good at drawing out of early hand disruption. There are 4 copies of N and 4 copies of Sycamore. First things first, I am going to play down my Brooklet Hill. And Brooklet Hill is a stadium card that allows me to search for a basic fighting or water Pokemon. So it's perfect for this deck because I can go grab Remoraid or I can grab Buzzwole.
Yeah, the synergy there is just crazy good.
Super good. I'm going to attach a fighting energy to my Lucario EX and use Brooklet Hill to search my deck for, I think, a fighting type Pokemon.
Not going to lie, Andrew, that's a little bit of a coward's play.
It is, but I've got a Max Elixir in my hand.
Well, I was thinking, what if you get a Buzzwole, get a Max Elixir, get attached for a turn, you get another Max Elixir. That'd be pretty good.
That would be pretty good. I think that I'm gonna go with the steady play.
That seems fine and acceptable.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go for the turn 1 win here. I think I'm going to search out a Rockruff, and I want to get Rockruff onto my bench because Rockruff can evolve into Lycanroc GX, and then Lycanroc GX is going to be able to use its Bloodthirsty Eyes ability to chase down one of Riley's Zoruas next turn. So that's the idea.
Yeah, Lycanroc GX, for the unfamiliar, is very similar to Umbreon V Max in the fact that when you evolve it, you can gust a Pokemon from the bench into the active position with Bloodthirsty Eyes.
I'm going to use Max Elixir. Max Elixir lets me look at the top 6 cards of my deck. If I find a basic fighting energy, I can attach it to one of my bench Pokemon. It's a swing and a miss, unfortunately. And then I'm going to play N.
Now, as the Buzzle player, you hate to have to play N when your opponent relies on a Puzzle of Time top deck. But of course, drawing cards is better than not drawing cards in pretty much all circumstances. So definitely a reasonable play to make there.
Exactly. And I know that you did stack your deck. So the odds of you drawing out of that bad hand were reasonably high.
And with our production vision, we did know that there was an Ultra Ball on top of that deck, which is a pretty good out for anything that you could want.
Exactly, especially with Tapu Lele as an out. Cool. Right. So we each get 6 cards off of the N.
1 for each of our remaining prize cards.
Off of N, I've got another Max Elixir and a Carbink, which I can evolve into Carbink Break. I see no reason not to bench Carbink. And I'm going to go for a second Max Elixir. I would really like to get a Fighting Energy onto my Rockruff. Ooh.
Very nice.
The last card. Max Elixirs were very popular during this era. And nothing brings me back like missing a Max Elixir.
Oh, yeah. That was part of it.
That was part of it. You played 4 Max Elixir, but only 9 basic fighting in this deck. So you're definitely not guaranteed to hit your energy attachment off the Max Elixir. But when you do, it can really help you to win a game.
And the sequencing with the Rockruff is super important as well, because Max Elixir can only go onto the basic Pokemon. So if you've already evolved your Rockruff, you don't have that opportunity anymore.
Exactly. Now, finally, I'm going to attach Choice Band to my Lucario EX. And Lucario EX can use Missile Jab for 60 damage, as it is not affected by resistance.
Yeah, Shaman does resist that fighting type, which can come in handy, but Lucario, of course, can go through that. So it's my turn. I'll draw for turn and get a Guzma off the top there. I do have a fairly decent hand here, so I'm going to play that Ultra Ball. Probably just get rid of some supporters. I do play the 4 VS Seeker, which makes it relatively easy to get them back into my hand. And look for almost certainly a Tapu Lele, so I can use that Bridget. Bridget is a card very similar to Gloria if you play a lot of Gym Leader Challenge, and Bridget as well being a staple in the Gym Leader Challenge, where you can search for 3 basic Pokemon except for Pokemon EX and put them directly onto your bench. One weird nuance of Bridget around this time frame was Pokemon GX are technically not Pokemon EX, so you can search those out, but I'm going to most likely just go for the consistent play of getting my Zoruas onto the bench. So searching out 3 of those basic Zorua so I can start attacking more meaningfully on the next turn of the game. I do have a fairly good hand to be able to get an attack off next turn. I'll be able to leverage the Shaman Sky Return attack, which will return Shaman to my hand alongside all cards attached to it. So not only do I get that double colorless back to my hand to guarantee an attack next turn, I also will have access to the Shaman itself to draw some more cards. So going to attach that Choice Band, like Andrew said, doing 30 more damage. debating whether or not to use the Puzzle of Time in my hand to be able to potentially stack my deck, but I think I'll just go ahead and use that Sky Return. So 60 damage with the Choice Band, and I'll just go ahead and promote a single prize Zorua. And with that is your turn.
Cool. I'm going to draw for turn, and that is an incredible top deck. We have got Computer Search. Wow, what a phenomenal card, printed in 2012's Boundaries Crossed. I love the look of Ace Specs, man. These
Ace Specs are cool.
Really cool cards. And the green hollow on that Computer Search, just so iconic.
I really liked as well the horizontal lines that they had on those cards for the hollow back at the time. Just had a really fun aesthetic, especially with Computer Search, as like a technology kind of card. I don't know. I think it's cool.
Super cool. Now, both of us opted to play Computer Search in our lists because of the consistency that it adds to a deck. It allows you to discard whatever 2 cards you want from your hand, and then you can search your deck for whatever single card you want and put it into your hand. So a great consistency boost. Now I'm going to Computer Search, Basic Fighting Energy, and my Rescue Stretcher, and search my deck for any card that I want.
It's an incredible consistency card, and the Computer Search bails you out of basically any hand, right? If you have a Computer Search, you should be able to accomplish something for your turn.
And with that Computer Search, I'm going to grab one of the most powerful supporter cards in the history of the game, Professor Sycamore. This discard your hand, draw 7 effect has been rehashed multiple times throughout the history of the Pokemon TCG. Obviously, originally Professor Oak, and then you've got Professor Juniper, Professor Sycamore, and now they kind of are keeping the idea around as Professor's Research, which now features all the different professors like Magnolia or Juniper. And I'm sure that we'll see, Rowan, yes. We'll see more, I think, as the years go by.
Absolutely. Now, we were chatting about this morning, and I thought it was funny. Very often in Expanded at the time, people would play their Junipers because it gave you that kind of expanded vibe. Obviously the same effect, but it was only available for Expanded. You opted to play the Sycamores for the exact opposite reason, because your deck was so standard that you might as well play the standard version.
Yes, I wanted to play the standard legal version so that I had as few expanded cards in my deck as possible, which was quite funny. So I'll get the Computer Search off of... So I'll get the Professor Sycamore off of the Computer Search, attach Strong Energy to my Lucario EX, and play Professor Sycamore. Discard my hand and draw 7 cards.
Strong Energy, also one of the strongest energy cards ever printed, allowing your fighting Pokemon to do 20 more damage to the active.
Absolutely huge. In this matchup, Sudowoodo is really good. Its Roadblock ability makes it so that Riley can't have more than 4 benched Pokemon, and Riley's deck tries to bench as many Pokemon as possible so that Riotous Beating can deal 1-hit KO damage. I'll also bench Remoraid, and I will bench Buzzroc.
I believe you're also... Are you affected by Roadblock as well? Or
I am not.
Okay, perfect.
Yes. But it does eat up a bench spot.
Yes, that's what it was. Yeah, you are effectively under Roadblock because you have a Pseudo
because you have to play it. Yeah, and it's not a very good Pokemon. I will also bench Buzzwole GX, and I've already attached for turn, so I will use Corkscrew Smash, and it allows you to draw cards until you have 6 cards in your hand. A nice little consistency booster. I can't tell you how many times I was bailed out of a dead hand by Lucario EX's Corkscrew Smash. We'll also take a prize.
Awesome. So with that, I'll promote another Zorua, and I'll go ahead and draw for turn. Getting Ultra Ball off the top deck was really, really good there. Allows me to pretty much get whatever I want over the course of this turn with combination of Shaman and Ultra Ball. So first things first, I'll of course evolve my Zoroark GX, and I'll go ahead and attach the double colorless energy as well as that choice band from the previous turn. So even with Roadblock in play, I can reach 130 damage, which will be able to knock out this Lucario EX. So pretty huge there for me. I'll also go ahead and just immediately use the setup ability, debating whether or not to use the Puzzle of Time, but I think I'd rather keep it for now, and draw up to 6. 5 and 6. And pretty perfect set of cards there for me, honestly. I really wanted to see that Alolan Grimer, so that way I can potentially get the Alolan Muck, which will deactivate Roadblock over the course of this game here. Taking a quick look at my discard pile, nothing too crazy that I want to be able to use off of a potential VS Seeker. So I'll just go ahead and bench that Grimer. That's going to be my max bench thanks to that Roadblock Sudowoodo. And then I'll go ahead and start trading with my Zoroarks. So trade, will discard a card from my hand, and I'll draw 2 more. And I think I'll go ahead now and discard this Puzzle of Time for trade. Draw 2 cards, another Puzzle of Time, and a computer search. And I think I'll also trade away this Ultra Ball, drawing 2 more cards. Choice Band's a good card to see. And with that, I'm feeling pretty good with how I'm doing here. So I'll use a VS Seeker to get a supporter out of my discard pile. I'll choose again to get that Hex Maniac. I'll play it, so Andrew does not have access to abilities on his next turn. Technically, that will deactivate the Roadblock Sudowoodo, but I do not have a Pokemon to bench in this instance. And I'll go ahead and use Ride Speeding for 130 damage to knock out your Lucario.
Lucario goes down, and I will promote Rockruff. Draw for turn. And I've got some options. Thankfully, I was able to find a Lycanroc GX. Now, unfortunately, that Bloodthirsty Eyes ability is turned off, but it doesn't really matter because I am going to be attacking the active.
Seems reasonable.
I will attach a basic fighting energy to my Lycanroc GX, and I will Ultra Ball, discarding Tapu Lele GX and Colress.
Seems reasonable.
Off of the Ultra Ball, I want to get myself some board state stability, so I'm going to find Octillery.
Now, bear in mind, you won't be able to Abyssal Hand this turn, but still a really awesome option to have over the course of the game.
Yeah, not this turn, but in turns to come. Then, I need to think here. I'm trying to figure out what I want my last bench spot to be. Whether I want it to be Rockruff, or if I want to use Brooklet Hill potentially to go get another Buzzwole. Honestly, the odds of me... Yeah, I think the Rockruff is probably going to be the play so that I can use Lycanroc GX's Bloodthirsty Eyes on a later turn. So, I'm going to bench Rockruff, and then I will play N.
Awesome.
N is a great consistency card and disruptor in this format, with Riley taking a lead with a big knockout on the Lucario GX. Lucario EX. Yeah.
EX. Yeah. GX actually didn't exist yet.
No. Yes. With it did exist, but the Lucario GX did not exist yet. Yes.
Yep.
Yes, with Riley taking a big lead, I can set Riley's hand to just 4 cards, and I myself will get to draw 5. And then I will be able to use my own... Let's see. What do I want to do first? I may want to throw this choice belt down. I think that's fine. You do play a field blower, though, so I'll hold it. Okay. I will be able to use my own Dangerous Rogue GX attack, which does 50 damage for each of my opponent's bench Pokemon. So that's 200 damage times 2 because of Zoroark GX's fighting weakness, and I will take 2 prize cards.
So Andrew's surging off now to a lead of his own, and it's up to me to respond. Hexmaniac is now deactivated, so I can no longer take advantage of the lack of a roadblock Sudowoodo. So I have to figure out how to navigate this situation and be able to draw my remaining prize cards. So for me here, I think I'm just going to go ahead and start off by default with a quick special charge. Get the double colorless energy from my discard back into my deck. And I'm in a little bit of a tough spot here because I do have access to a Shaman, but I do have also quite a bit of cards that I can't burn out of my hand very effectively. I do have the Puzzle of Time that I would really like to keep, especially if I need access to another Choice Band or something like that. That's going to be an essential combo piece here, but I think to some extent I may have to just take the loss there. So I think I will do that. And depending on the cards that I see, I may opt to use the Brooklet Hill to then shuffle my deck. So looking at the top 3, though, I do see a computer search. That seems really tempting. And so overall, I think this is an acceptable set of cards to have on the top. So I'll keep those there and then use Shaman's setup ability to draw 4 cards. So seeing the 3 that I had off of the Puzzle of Time and then 1 additional one. And this is going to be tricky here because I'm going to need to hit a double colorless, a choice band, fill my bench up with Skyfield. It's not a small ask here. I'm going to go ahead and use computer search, get rid of my Pokemon Ranger and my Zoroark with the foul play attack. And just like Andrew, I'll search for any one card out of my deck. Now the card that I'm looking for, of course, will be Colress. Drawing up to 9 cards seems pretty good when you're looking for a pretty elaborate combo here. I'm going to also quickly check my deck to see what's available to me. I would really like, for example, to get a Battle Compressor to be able to get some Execute in the discard pile. Looks like I did prize my second Execute, but that's okay. Overall, things look pretty reasonable. So I'll grab that Colress, and I don't think there's anything else I can really meaningfully do. I can Field Blower away the Brooklet Hill. And then I'll just play that Colress.
Here, do the field blower action one more time.
Yeah, no problem. I'll Field Blower away the Brooklet Hill here. And with that, I'll play the Colress to shuffle my hand into my deck and draw 9 cards, 1 for each of those benched Pokemon there.
Colress is my favorite supporter card in the history of the game. It is such a powerful card. There were some players that weren't super into it because it's a bad supporter to open with. But late in the game, when both players have their benches full, there is no better supporter to draw.
Absolutely. So let's see what I hit here off of that Colress. I actually hit quite a few of the combo pieces that I might need, but not all of them here. So I'm going to go ahead and start off by playing the Skyfield. And we're in a little bit of a tricky spot for me because I don't have necessarily a way to quickly access all the cards that I need. I'm going to need to get some luck off of a trade if I'm going to need to hit everything. So I will play an Ultra Ball and search for a Pokemon to put into my hand. And I'm going to need to fill up 4 more bench slots. So I'm trying to keep that in mind as well. I think I do have to almost be a little bit greedy here. I don't think Andrew will be able to easily respond if I take this knockout. So I'm going to be greedy and discard the Zoroark and the VS Seeker to get an Execute into my hand. Execute's great because it'll let me draw more cards and then use the Ultra Ball for a little bit cheaper. And I want to use that before I activate my Alolan Muck because the propagation ability will, of course, be deactivated by Muck here. So I'll use Zoroark's trade ability, discarding the Execute to draw 2 cards. And those are not the 2 cards that I'm looking for here. So this is going to be a tough situation to close out this game, but not altogether impossible. So my goal now is just do as much damage as possible and hope that I can Quaking Punch to finish off this knockout here. Before I do anything else, I will use Propagation to take Execute from the discard pile, put it into my hand here. I'll use an Ultra Ball as well to discard the Execute as well as the VS Seeker. I'd really love to keep that VS Seeker, but I think I need every single other card in my hand. And with that Ultra Ball, I'll go ahead and grab a Zorua to put onto my bench. And with this, I feel like I've assembled as close as I can get. Was really just a choice band away. Really punishing me for not attaching it last turn. I was trying to play around the Field Blower. Don't remember whether or not you played it in your deck, but I do try to be careful with those resources. Use that Propagation one more time, put it into my hand. And then I'll use the Power of Alchemy ability on this Alolan Muck to be able to fill my bench up to 8 with the Sky Field once more. And then the last card in my hand will be that double colorless energy. And I'll use the Riotous Beating attack. Now with a full bench, I swing for 180 damage, so not quite a knockout on that Lycanroc, but at least giving me a reasonable path to victory for next turn in terms of knocking it out.
That's such a crazy turn, dude. I mean, look at that. With the Muck in play, Sudowoodo's Roadblock ability turned off, Skyfield, a bench of 8. Wow, that escalated quickly. All right. Well, thank goodness you missed that choice band.
Yeah.
Yes, thank goodness you missed that choice band. I'll draw for turn. And I've got a lot to think about. Here. I can knock out Riley's active Zoroark GX, which would leave me needing to take just one more prize card in order to win. I can counter Riley's Skyfield, but if I do that, then Riley will most assuredly remove all of the easy single prizers for me to knock out. So I need to consider my path forward. I'm actually just going to sit here and think about that for a second. Oh, I actually really like this, I think. How much damage does Carbink Break do?
Like 30 or 50?
It's like something. Anyways. It's definitely
It's definitely an amount, yeah. Totally.
Yeah, I think this is a cool play. Yeah. Okay. I've got my line. Ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. I'm going to start the turn off by searching out my favorite card in the deck with Ultra Ball. I can use Ultra Ball and go find my hero, Carbink Break. What a magnificent card. They don't make evolutions like this anymore, guys. We can put that Carbink Break directly onto my Carbink on the bench.
20 damage. We were actually both wrong.
Yes, but that's fine. Oh, sheesh. I goofed. All right.
Okay, no problem.
I'm going to use Ultra Ball to find my favorite card in the deck, Carbink Break. My goodness, they do not make evolutions like this anymore, chat. Look at that beautiful, what do you want to call this? Like CD hollow? It almost looks like they're, little mini CDs in there.
Yeah, it's a very 90s aesthetic looking at this. Big and bold with circular holographics. Very cool. It reminds me a lot of almost the goofy little McDonald's cards that you'd get that have those funny hollow patterns.
Yeah, this is really cool. So I'm going to evolve my Carbink into Carbink Break. I'm going to use Lycanroc GX's Bloodthirsty Eyes ability to bring up your bench Zorua.
Sure.
I'm going to attach a Strong Energy to my Carbink Break. I am going to counter your Skyfield with Brooklet Hill, so you'll have to discard down to 5 bench Pokemon.
Yes, sir.
And I will attach a Choice Band to my Buzzwole, and I'll use Abyssal Hand to draw 4 cards. If I find a Float Stone here, I'm going to be able to establish 2 strong attackers to try and close the game out with. Sure enough, we were able to find the Float Stone. Float Stone can give my Lycanroc GX free retreats. I don't have a supporter card right now, but that's okay, because all I need is Carbink Break. We're going to send our brave Carbink into the active spots, and I can use Diamond Gift, which does 20 damage plus 20 more damage because of the buff from Strong Energy to do 40 damage, and it allows me to attach 2 Fighting Energy from my discard pile to one of my benched fighting Pokemon, and, well, it allows me to attach 2 energy cards from my discard pile to one of my fighting Pokemon, and I am definitely going to accelerate the Strong Energy and the Fighting Energy to my bench Buzzwole GX and take a prize.
Excellent stuff there. So now I'm left with who do I promote? This is really a tough situation for me because Zoroark is really the only Pokemon that can realistically knock out that Buzzwole. But the Zoroark, of course, can be knocked out by the Claw Slash. The Seismitoad can avoid the Claw Slash, but it can't avoid the Knuckle Impact from the Buzzwole. So pretty unlikely that I'll be able to scrape together a victory from here, but we'll give it our best shot. An N is a great way to start, so I'll go ahead and attach that energy and play the N. Putting Andrew down to 2 cards, of course, is super good, although Octillery provides great insurance against the N, allowing Andrew to refill up to 5, and just a single energy card at this point will allow Andrew to knock out my Zoroark GX 4-game in game number 1.
All right, so you get 4, I get 2.
Those 4 are relatively unexceptional. I'll go ahead and play a Tapu Lele. Cannot use that ability thanks to the power of Alchemy, but it will get me to the 120 damage to knock out that Carbink Break and go down to 3 prizes remaining.
Now Carbink does have the Safeguard ability, which prevents damage to it done by Pokemon EX. Seismitoad EX was one of the most relevant EX Pokemon during that time, so you could actually wall against Seismitoad with the Carbink, but Zoroark being a GX Pokemon, that Safeguard does not do anything. And then finally, we will promote Buzzwole GX, draw our card, attach a Fighting Energy, and use Knuckle Impact for 100 and use Knuckle Impact for 210 damage times 2, 420 damage.
More than enough to knock out a Zoroark GX.
Yes, and that is game 1.
Awesome stuff. That 1 turn of tempo is really all the Buzzwole deck needs.
Give me a second, Riley. Let's cut to the...
Yeah. That was awesome stuff, Andrew. The Buzzwole deck really just needed that 1 turn of tempo to really make the game swing in its favor to a point where the Zoroark deck can't really respond. Obviously, if I was able to maybe knock out that Lycanroc, I would be in a more favorable position, but it's just so many pieces to put together.
Yeah.
I mean, even the fact that I was able to fill my bench up was a pretty Herculean effort.
I could not believe how close you were to knocking out that Lycanroc. If you do knock out that Lycanroc, I think I probably lose the game, but we were able to see why that Carbink break is so important in this
Yeah.
deck, because I was able to take a knockout with it, set me back to an even prize count, and establish checkmate with 2 attackers. If I only had 1 attacker there at the end, there's a possibility for you to be able to gust it up and knock it out, neutralize it, and then I'm scrambling, trying to hit all my max elixirs to win the game. Carbink break was some really nice assurance there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That Carbink break, super good for being able to set up those final attackers to close out a game. Same reason we played it in the eventual Buzzroc Garbodor deck.
Yes, man. And that's why I really did love these Buzzwole decks before B-String came out, because you get to do more kind of creative, methodical plays like that. It's not just all run and gun, like, I need to draw. You know, hit my B-String, because that's like, I mean, that's just like where the deck archetype ended up going after this. Was no more Carbink. We're just going to B-String and get our energy into play that way.
All right, V-String, of course, super powerful card, but maybe a little less satisfying than good old Carbink break.
I think so. All right, so let's get down into game 2.
Sounds good.
See if Riley can get a better start. The Shaman start's not exactly where you want to be.
Shaman start with no basic Pokemon is tough. I think the fact that I was able to fight that far into it was testament to how strong this deck is.
I agree. I was thinking that it was going to be a very quick donk and done, but no, actually, you made that quite close. All right. Yeah, this is why I say that Expanded has really fallen from grace. I mean, this is like a really wholesome Expanded game, where there's like setup turns. I mean, yeah, you could do a lot of damage, but there's a lot of back and forth. This is, I kind of feel like, where Expanded was in its prime.
Yeah, this is definitely, I feel like, the point when people were most excited about the Expanded format was when you're able to make these cool combinations of standard decks with expanded cards to kind of amp them up, take them to the next level, and do some cool stuff. Expanded obviously went in a slightly different direction over the course of the years, relying on some really powerful combos, really trying to lock your opponent out of the game became a big focus for many expanded decks. That's not really what we're here to do.
No. Cool. All right, so let's get into game 2.
Absolutely. So I will go first in the game number 2 here. Still think it's optimal to go first, especially if you can get that Bridget on the first turn. Gives you so much flexibility over the course of a game.
Good luck.
To you as well. I am starting the Execute, which is not a great starter Pokemon for this deck, but we'll see if we can make something of it with a top deck. And that is an amazing top deck to see here. That Ultra Ball will allow me to get that Tapu Lele, so I can use the Bridget on the first turn of the game. Exactly what we were just talking about.
Cool. I'm going to do the deck search on the cam.
Yep. So looking through my deck here, seeing kind of what pieces I have available to me over the course of the game. Of course, that main combo I'll be searching for is the Tapu Lele for the Bridget. Played 3 Tapu Lele and 2 Bridget to really maximize the odds of seeing it in those early turns. And we're seeing that come to fruition here. So I'll go ahead and use that Wonder Tag ability. Lets me search my deck for a supporter card. And with that, I'll grab, of course, the classic Bridget. Now here, because I'm at a little less threat than I was in the previous game, I am contemplating whether or not I want to get my Zoruas down or maybe get an early Grimer. And I think I am going to opt for that Grimer just so I can just right out of the gates threaten the Power of Alchemy ability with my Alolan Muck and not have to worry about Sudowoodo through the rest of the game. I do also have a Colress in my hand, which is really awesome in combination with Bridget. You can spend your first turn setting up and then just immediately go into the Colress to draw a bunch of cards on the following turn. So feeling pretty good about my setup here to start game number 2.
Now what's interesting is that your deck only plays Guzma as the switch, as we know, because we were talking about your Shocklock matchup earlier.
Yep.
So if, it's possible that I could corner you and stick you here if you're not able to find that Guzma. But as you said, you do play 3 copies of Tapu Lele. So
Absolutely. So with that, I'm feeling pretty good about my situation here. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to you.
I'm going to draw for turn. And oop, I have got a lot of basic fighting energy in my hand. So thankfully, I can put it back into my deck with N, but my concern is that I can't really effectively use this Ultra Ball. Am I really going to Ultra Ball away 2 basic fighting energy? It's pretty risky to do that, because then I am watering down the effectiveness of my max elixirs for the remainder of the game, which is not great. Huh. That stinks. Let it rip. I'm going to choose to Ultra Ball.
Live a little, right?
So we're going to Ultra Ball away 2 basic fighting energy and take a look through my deck.
Now, what do you find to be the key pieces in the early game in the Zoroark matchup with your Buzzroc deck?
Well, Rockruff is already here. That's fantastic. Rockruff evolving into Lycanroc GX, allowing me to gust up Pokemon on your bench like Alolan Grimer or Zorua to knock them out quickly, is very strong. I think that I'm going to go for the turn 1 knockout on your Execute. That's something that I could do with
pretty good
Buzzwole.
Yeah, getting a Buzzwole with a strong energy is pretty threatening in those early turns.
It is. The other thing that I can do, though, is I can corner the Execute, say you won't Guzma next turn, and then next turn I can Gust and take a double knockout with Buzzwole GX's Jet Punch, potentially. So those are like the 2 routes. It's all about, setting up the turn 2 Bloodthirsty Eyes with Buzzwole Jet Punch. That is our strongest route. Off the Ultra Ball, I am going to choose to get Remoraid, actually, because I think that getting the Octillery into play and smoothing out my draws for the rest of the game will be my best route forward. I'm going to attach a strong energy to Rockruff, keeping the fighting energy in my deck so that I have some chance of hitting my max elixirs, and I'll play N.
Pretty powerful turn 1 for Andrew there. Getting the energy on the Rockruff is super important. Again, it cannot be max elixir 2 once it evolves, so finding turns to get those attachments is really, really helpful for being able to set up that Lycanroc GX to attack over the course of the game.
What this play also does, if I use Corner on the Execute, I can lock the Execute in the active and force Riley to have to Guzma. So I don't actually want to put any GX Pokemon on my bench so that you can't take a double prize knockout on your next turn. So I'm going to Corner, and then I can take the first meaningful knockout with Lycanroc GX. We each get 6. And I really like the look of this hand. I find a Pseudo-Wudo with its Roadblock ability, which can stop Riley from benching any more Pokemon, unless, of course, he's able to get that Alolan Muck in play. And then I will use Corner to try and stick this Execute in the active spot.
Awesome play by Andrew here. I'm going to draw for turn, and I do get a pretty powerful draw in that Zoroark GX. So I have a lot of options available to me now, especially with the combination of Double Puzzle of Time and a Battle Compressor in my hand. Effectively, I can search for any 2 cards out of my deck to start my turn here. So I will think I'll go for that Battle Compressor to start myself off here. And first things first, I'm going to want to go ahead and grab a Execute out of my deck. I do have that second copy available to me, so that way I can immediately pop it back into my hand for use with trade. And I'm thinking as well, I might as well just grab a Guzma and a double colorless energy so I can go ahead and take a knockout for pretty low effort on this turn. I'm going to quickly check my hand, see if there's anything else that might be appealing. but that seems like a pretty strong play. So I'll go ahead and Battle Compressor away a double colorless energy and a Guzma. Not typically the targets you would see off a Battle Compressor, but it makes sense in this specific instance.
Yeah, you got double puzzle in your hand, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it doesn't really make sense to discard the energy that you need to attack, but when you have Puzzle of Time in your hand, you can retrieve any cards you want from your discard pile if you play 2 at a time.
I will go ahead and immediately use Propagation to get that Execute back into my hand and trade it away before I use those Puzzle of Times, just to see if that would impact any of my choices this turn. Do get a computer search off that trade, so even more selective card choice that I can make this turn. And I'll go ahead and use that double Puzzle of Time. So now I can grab the 2 cards that I needed the most, the double colorless energy and the Guzma, being able to kind of circumvent the play that Andrew was going for, or at least make it a little more awkward that he went for that corner, because now I'm going to take a knockout. Now there is some internal debate in my mind whether I want to go for that Remoraid or that Sudowoodo. I think just taking the Remoraid out of play will ultimately be the highest value on the upcoming turns here. So I'll go ahead and Guzma, swapping the active Pokemon. And I think as well, I would love to get another Zoroark into play so I can continue trading. So I'll use that Propagate one more time and Computer Search as my 5th Ultra Ball this game. Get rid of Execute and a Field Blower. So I can go ahead and search for any card, but that card will just be a Zoroark GX. So actually we didn't play 4 ball search cards. We played 5.
Well, yeah, computer search, is like the final Ultra Ball. It's like a 5th Ultra Ball, right? Because sometimes you just use computer search to go get a Pokemon, even though it can get anything you want out of your deck. It's kind of like the best Ultra Ball.
It's definitely the most expensive Ultra Ball.
And we're really seeing the value of this Execute now as you bring it back from your discard pile for the 3rd time this turn.
That's right, and I'll go ahead and use Trade one more time to just draw a few more cards. Those are some pretty powerful ones, and I'll take the knockout with Riotous Beating.
Remoraid gets KO'd. Riley goes up a prize. I'll promote Rockruff and draw for turn. I've got a pretty good hand to work with here. First and foremost, I definitely need that Lycanroc GX to be able to respond to Zoroark GX. So we're going to evolve into Lycanroc GX, and I'm not going to use the Bloodthirsty Eyes ability because I want to target down the active with the energy on it. I'm going to attach a basic fighting energy from my hand to Lycanroc GX. And then I'm contemplating discarding a 3rd basic fighting from my deck with this Ultra Ball. I think I'm going to pass on that. I'm going to play N.
All right. So going down to 5 cards for myself and 6 for Andrew. And also, of course, just being able to see more cards this turn is going to be super valuable for Andrew here. Now, is that your 2nd N this game?
It is.
And how many do you play in that deck?
4.
4. Nice. So still have access to plenty of disruption with that N, but are down a fair amount of them and don't have that same level of targeted search that Zoroark does, so you do need to be able to continually hit them if you want to have that disruption.
Yes, I could have targeted down the Grimer, but Hex is still an option to be able to pull off that gnarly play. I think giving Riley only access to 1 trade is where I want to be right now.
Absolutely, I agree. So I'll go ahead and draw 5.
And I get 6. I've got some pretty good cards to work with. I can use Rescue Stretcher to bring that Remoraid back from the discard pile and put it onto my bench. I definitely want to have access to Octillery at some point in this game. And then I will bench Buzzroc GX as a backup attacker. And I will use Dangerous Rogue GX to take the knockouts and get 2 prizes.
All right, so now it's up to me to respond again to that Lycanroc GX. I do have maybe a little bit better of a shot this time. Less combo pieces required, but still going to be a challenge. I'm going to draw for turn, draw that Foul Play Zoroark, which isn't going to be too useful for me here. I'm going to start off by attaching that Choice Band and using a Tapu Lele GX. Now I do actually have both of my Colress in my hand here, but I want to be able to have another Pokemon onto my bench so that way I can get more value out of the Colress that I do have in my hand. So I'm going to go ahead and just grab a Bridget, put it in my hand off that Wonder Tag ability, and I'll go ahead and play the Skyfield and a Colress. So 8 more cards here, as well as a trade. Need to find a double colorless energy, a Muck, and then another few Pokemon to be able to fill out my bench.
And you do have 1 Execute in your discard pile, so that could potentially be a bench filler for you. So you will need 3 bench Pokemon, Muck, and a double colorless energy.
Which is a tall order, but certainly not impossible when you're dealing with these Zoroark decks to hit those elaborate combos over the course of a game. So 8 cards off that Colress into my hand here, and wow, that is a brutal set of cards to draw here. I think I will go ahead and trade away the Bridget because I don't want that anymore. And 1 card that's relatively useful, and the rest aren't going to serve me so well here. And this is a really tough situation because I don't have a great way to keep going from here. So I will start by using that Execute and playing an Ultra Ball for turn here. Discarding the Execute, and most likely just going to be discarding. Well, actually, the Foul Play could come pretty useful here. So I'm going to discard a VS Seeker. And with that, I want to make sure I have another Zorua into play for next turn. If I can't take the knockout now, maybe I can take it later with a different Zorua. I'm running a little bit low on the Zorua department now. My last one is prized. That at least gives me a shot here. And I think from here, I'll just want to go ahead and grab that Execute. Zorua is in my hand. Activate the Alolan Muck to turn off Sudowoodo and bench this Zorua. And my goal will be the next turn, take that knockout. Unfortunately, for this turn, I will have to pass over to Andrew.
This is a really big turn. This turn was kind of going to be the cornerstone of this match. If Riley takes this knockout, goes to 3 prizes, and I have no response cooked up right now. So we were really hoping that taking Riley's trade out last turn limited his options with this response. And thankfully, that is what occurred. Can draw for turn, and now I can continue my momentum with Lycanroc GX. I'll attach a Strong Energy to Lycanroc GX, and I will computer search away a Sycamore and Ultra Ball, which is very funny because it's basically Ultra Balling away a Sycamore and computer search.
Because you're searching for a Pokemon?
Because I'm looking for a Pokemon.
Saying that Octillery will, of course, give Andrew consistent draw over the course of the game, which is really all he's looking for at this point, is to not brick from here.
Right. I just need to continue drawing cards, and we should be cool. So I'm going to grab Octillery, evolve Remoraid into Octillery, and play Colress as my supporter for turn. Will allow me to draw 9 cards.
Colress is such a, I know we keep saying it, but Colress is just a phenomenally powerful card in the expanded format at this time.
Yeah, it is one of the best supporters ever printed in my mind. A card that I always make sure to include in my Gym Leader Challenge decks.
Absolutely. Who doesn't want to fill their bench?
And then draw cards. Yeah, it's great. So I'll draw 9. I've attached for turn, but I can use Max Elixir.
Andrew has gotten rid of a few energy at this point, so not necessarily likely that he did a Max Elixir, but still want to play him as you see him. Definitely don't want to wait from here.
Nope. Yep, trying to get some value out of those Max Elixirs. If I can hit 1 or 2, I'll be okay, I think. Let's see. So swing and a miss there. I will attach Choice Band to my bench Buzzwole GX. I will not do that. I will Ultra Ball away, Choice Band and Guzma. And I actually want to set up the lowest maintenance attacker that can finish off this game for me. And that attacker is Lucario EX. There is a possibility for me to potentially end the game with a Jet Punch on Execute, but Lucario EX's Corkscrew Smash attack can finish off a Zoroark GX for just 2 energy. So that's one of the things that makes this card valuable.
Absolutely.
I will attach Choice Band to my Lucario EX. I will attach Floatstone to my Octillery, and then I will use Abyssal Hand to draw 2 cards. And with that, I've already attached for turn. I will use Claw Slash for 150 damage times 2 because of weakness, 300 damage in the knockouts.
Awesome stuff. So now I'm in a kind of difficult position because I would really love to guarantee this knockout, but the easiest way to take it will be with my Foul Play Zoroark, using that Dangerous Rogue for myself. But if I do that, that puts myself at immediate risk for a strong energy Jet Punch to knock out my Execute. So I think I'm kind of bottlenecked now into having to use my Zoroark GX as my attacker. So I'll draw for turn to start things off. Ultra Ball is a pretty good card to see in this kind of situation, and we'll see where things can go from here. First things first, we'll evolve that Zoroark GX, and we're going to go ahead and start drawing cards out of our deck. So we'll Ultra Ball away that Zoroark, as well as the Skyfield, and really just want to get basic Pokemon into play at this point. Doesn't necessarily matter which one it is. Mainly just don't want it to be, at this point, a basic Zorua, so that way I'm not vulnerable to a Jet Punch double knockout. So that Seismitoad, nice and bulky, they'll do the job just fine. I am also unable to bench my second Execute because I really don't want to put that into play for the same reason. So I'm forced to go ahead and Colress here for now 10 cards for myself.
Colress for 10. One of the strongest draw options ever printed in the Pokemon TCG. Tell you what, there have been some really good draws I've had off of Colress for 10 and some really pitiful ones.
And it feels really bad to draw badly off of a large Colress because you're seeing so many cards. It's like, some of these have to be good, right? Of course, we did see the tail end of that on my previous turn, but I'm feeling like the deck has some good vibes on the other side of this Colress. So let's see if that is an accurate assumption here. And not immaculate, but the vibes are still there. So I have a Sudowoodo to put onto my bench. And really, Double Puzzle is kind of the 2 cards I would need at this point to bail me out of this situation. So I'll go ahead and trade discarding the Karen and drawing 2 cards, drop Pokemon Ranger and an Execute, and I don't think that'll be enough because I'm just unfortunately short on the damage department. I can, however, try and be a little bit tricky, use a Float Stone on that Zoroark, and double colorless my Seismitoad EX to maybe get some value in that way instead. Andrew has a pretty sizable hand, so I'll go ahead and red card it as well, reducing that hand size to 4. And we'll go in with everybody's favorite, the Quaking Punch. Now
When in doubt, Quaking Punch.
It's a reliable strategy, oftentimes. Andrew really only needs, at this point, a Gust out, be it a Guzma or a Lycanroc GX, but he won't have access to item cards, at least, which will reduce the amount of cards that he can draw to hit that.
I get 4 cards, and I draw my top deck for turn, and sure enough, I am able to find Lycanroc GX to use Bloodthirsty Eyes to bring up the Zoroark GX and Claw Slash for the game.
Excellent stuff. Really showcasing the power of that Buzzwole Lycanroc deck into these fighting weak matchups.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think that, unfortunately, your deck didn't really have the turn 1, turn 2s that you really want out of that Zoroark deck to be able to compete with a deck that's hitting you for weakness.
Yeah, in these kind of matchups, you need to be setting up very quickly, and I really wasn't able to quite get there. Those early game ends put me in really awkward hands, which is one of the powers of having those early game ends is, you get to continually spin the wheel on your opponent and see what happens.
Yes, and you have Abyssal hands, so you don't really care. You're just like grinding, and putting pressure on with Lycanroc GX, Bloodthirsty Eyes, targeting down exactly what you want to hit on your opponent's side of the board. I really love this deck. It is simple in a way. When you look at the deck lists side by side, they are 2 vastly different expanded decks, but they create some really good games together. So I was really excited to get to play that best of 3, and thank you so much, Riley, for humoring me.
Oh, of course.
But as we know, history will say I bubbled out of top 8 at 9th place at this regional championship, so this match never occurred.
Well, let's not forget, in that specific timeline as well, nothing could stop me at the tables of that tournament.
Absolutely not. Riley, how many games did you lose at the Dallas Regional Championships?
Games, probably could count them on a hand. Matches, I didn't lose a single match. I did scoop after I was 12-0 to put another Zoroark in top cut because I felt very confident in my ability to beat other Zoroarks. But that was the only match I lost over the course of the entire tournament.
Yeah, absolutely insane run by Riley. That was a really cool Zoroark GX deck. So many moving pieces, the puzzles of time. How did it feel to pilot it again?
It felt really good. Like I said, if I were to go back in time, I would probably streamline some of the aspects of this deck, but trade is so sad. I was a really big Zoroark stan for quite a while, even probably past its prime. And so being able to use those abilities, Puzzle of Time is so fun to use. It was just a really fun era of cards to play. Obviously, the Zoroark deck got very hex-driven, and kind of locking your opponent out was the ultimate direction of the deck, but I really enjoyed this era when it was a little more simplistic.
Yeah, and I mean, it's crazy to me. This is like, this is an expanded deck for this time. It just... it's so close to what I was playing in Standard. It's very funny, but also very satisfying. It does kind of remind me of like Pikarom in some ways, in that you just have like this big guy that you're piling energy on, and then you Guzma things. That's kind of the strategy.
It's a tale as old as time in the Pokemon trading card game.
Yeah. But if you know anything about me, where Riley and I definitely have different tastes in decks. When it comes to the Pokemon TCG, Riley was a huge Zoroark stan. I hated Zoroark and really fought to never have to play it, to the point where I brought a standard deck to an expanded regional. And Riley, you actually ended up playing Buzzroc at that World Championships.
I did play Buzzroc at that World Championships. Did make day 2. But didn't go much farther than that.
Yes, but you did make day 2 with it. I think Natalie and I both lost some kind of heart-crushing final rounds in day 1 of Worlds. I lost my winning in. But it was really cool to see you take on this deck and grind into the day 2 of the World Championships with it.
Had to prove I was not a one-trick pony.
There you go. That's always a goal when playing Pokemon. Now we've got another Zoroark that we'd like to show off in today's stream. The Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR. Now this card has not been seeing a lot of, I think, success in Japan right now, but it is a very cool card. I'm excited about it.
Absolutely. Kind of the same idea of filling your bench and doing a lot of damage, but Hisuian Zoroark relies on damage counters to be on the bench to really do that damage, doing 50 times the amount of Pokemon in play that have damage counters. With 6 Pokemon, that's 300 damage, reduced for the double turbo, but that's still 280, which is the new magic number of these formats.
Yes. 280.
Yeah,
going from 180.
With our previous decks, it was 180.
Yeah, 180 to 280. Sheesh. Something I did really like about something I really loved about the GX era before we get started in this new V-Star era gameplay. Yeah, pick you Palkia or Arceus.
We'll start with Arceus.
That's fine. Yeah. Now, something that I really missed is that the GX Pokemon evolved from single prizers.
I was hoping that you'd mention that because I totally agree. It was so much fun to, and also you got to see the basic Pokemon. You know, where's Hisuian Zorua?
It just doesn't exist. Yes, evolution is cringe. We don't evolve Pokemon anymore. We just level them up or whatever the heck. We V-star them. We V-max them. We just make them big. Yes. So, even we saw during that gameplay, I had a turn where I started 2 Rockruffs and a Remoraid, and you were going to take the first knockout, but it was just a single prize knockout. Right. Instead of knocking out a 2-prize Pokemon and taking a third of the game right there, which is the equivalent of what you're doing in standard format, because each of those Rockruff would have given up 2 prizes.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, that's just what it is, right?
I mean, in standard format terms, it would be like having a 100 HP single prize or double prizer on your bench.
Yes.
Instead.
It's exactly, and your ability to do 100 damage turn 2 is like obviously very easy. So that whole thing has really changed considerably with the V-Star VMAX mechanic, which I've talked at length about. It is what it is, but I do prefer the way that GX has evolved and the fact that they did evolve. Like there were basic GXs that were good, and there were stage 1 GXs that were good, and there were stage 2 GXs that were good. So evolving was still at the cornerstone in the Pokemon TCG during the GX era until tag teams came out, and then we're just,
Yeah, I totally agree. One of my favorite parts about Pokemon is the fact that these creatures like grow and evolve, and the GX really captured that in a really fun way, I feel like.
I agree. That's why a lot of people call it the golden age of the modern TCG. The early GX era combined with the X and Y era, there's still some really cool stuff happening in the X and Y era, which I really liked. A lot of strong single prize attackers in the XY era, which, like Breakthrough Zoroark and stuff like that, which were just excellent. A lot of great trainer cards, too, powerful trainer cards that made decks really fun to play, like Trainer's Mail and, stuff like that. So I am stoked about this Hisuian Zoroark V-Star deck, though. I think that this is going to be a lot of fun to play. Let's get shuffled up and see what we can do.
Absolutely.
Of course, we've got the Gengars in here that damage themselves. You can put them straight from the discard pile onto the bench, and they place 3 damage counters on themselves when you do that, which is great for powering up Zoroark's attack. I guess I should look up the name of Zoroark's attacks and stuff, so I'll probably...
I was looking it up earlier, but I completely forgot.
I have forgot them completely, yes.
There's Damage Pump is the item card. Abyssal Gate is the Gengar's ability.
Really?
I think Phantom Star is the...
What's the name of the set? It's Dark Phantasma.
Dark Phantasma is the Japanese set.
Yeah. So that's if I'm looking up translations, that's going to be it. Yes. All 71 Dark Phantasma cards. Isn't it crazy that their set's 71 cards? That's the set.
About a third of the average American set.
Yeah, that's crazy. So let's look up what the translations are. You know, obviously we might not get the translations perfect. Gengar's ability, Creeping Back.
Creeping Back. Oh, that's a different translation than I got.
That is interesting. And then the Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR. We've got Hollow Swap. It's a nice little hit and run attack. Baleful Curse and Phantom Star. Cool, cool. We'll pull that over here. And I know it's a little bit of a debate, but we're actually going to take a quick break. And then we're going to be back with this best of 3. I'll let you guys get your predictions going on who is going to win Game 1. Is it going to be Arceus VSTAR or Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR? We will be right back. Thank you guys all so much for being here. Make sure to check out fullgripgames.com while we are on break. We've got some great items for sale for our 4th of July sale, which is still going on now. We'll be right back. We are back. Did I plug my mic in? I did. I always forget. We are back and ready for some more tabletop gameplay. Thank you guys all so much for spending some of your Thursday here with us. Riley, you are testing for the World Championships coming up in August.
Yes, very excited to take home the trophy at the World Championships. Oh.
Yeah, get that guy, like he's falling off your head there.
Excuse me, chat.
Yeah.
Very excited to play at the World Championships this upcoming August here. Andrew will not be joining us, unfortunately, but I'll be sure to take home the trophy for the group at large.
There we go. Yeah, I'm taking the year off. Here, you're gonna just take it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we're gonna put it back on. Yes,
Perfect.
wardrobes malfunctions are common with the headset mics, but yes, Riley is testing for the World Championships. Played Palkia VSTAR Inteleon to a top 256 finish at Nationals, just enough to get that World's invite.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just really squeezing in there.
I think you were probably at like 250 or like
it's like 252.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, you're losing your mic here.
Yeah, my hair is probably just like bouncing it back.
Here, give us 1 second. We'll be right back. We're gonna fix the mics. Hang tight. Thank you for the patience there. We're back and ready to go. Excellent. Yes, so you're going to be at the World Championships. You played Palkia Inteleon to a World's invite at NAIC. Definitely a nail biter and a weird season, all in all. I mean, just like a very strange season. Because, yeah, I mean, I qualified for like 4 or 5 Worlds in a row with like absolutely no issues, and then was like pacing myself just fine in 2020. 2 regional top 8s, top 16, was feeling super good. It was like, yeah, I'll just put it in at some League Cups or whatever, and then had the absolute worst half of a season that I've had in my entire career this 2022, which is like, okay, but that's gaming for you. That just happens. But Riley, had a similar situation. We were both joking about how this is just going to be the weird year where things just don't work out for us. But then Riley was able to just barely scrape it together.
I had a really strong final couple tournaments of the season, which helped out. Honestly, if I even performed a little bit worse at a couple of those, it would not have.
Exactly. You got, and we were working together on all of our decks. You got the top 16 with Whimsicott VSTAR.
Mm-hmm.
Switching gears back into V-Stars. Yeah,
that's right.
Whimsicott V-Star. You got the top 8 with the Palkia Inteleon the week before NAIC. And then NAIC, things almost went off the rails.
Very, very close. Actually, if my opponents had just lost like a few more games, I would not have got my World's invite.
Yes. Resistance carried. So that was definitely exciting to witness. JW was able to clinch his invites,
at Milwaukee.
Yes, he was able to clinch his invite at Milwaukee as well. So Riley and JW are going to be representing us. Jesse Parker also going to be at Worlds. Kevin Baxter going to be representing us at Worlds as well. Andrew Dankus.
Yep.
Yes, with his top 8 finish, also clinching that Worlds invites. And I think, I have learned my lesson and will not be skimping out on League Cups from now on.
Well, hopefully most future seasons won't have, the whole situation.
Yeah, we'll have a worldwide pandemic upending the middle of it. Yes, that's for sure. But very much looking forward to next season. And speaking of next season, there are going to be some new decks headed our way. So before I head out to my 2-week honeymoon, which I'm going to be leaving for after this weekend, so I'm going to be off for the next 2 weeks. We got today's stream, we got tomorrow's stream, then 2-week vacation. I believe Miko from the Discord has put in his application to stand in on my behalf for the course of the 2 weeks. Definitely make sure to go check out his application and let us know what you think. if Miko should be allowed to stand in for Tricky Jim for 2 weeks. If you haven't seen that video, it is a good laugh. I highly recommend it. But when our next set, Lost Origin, comes out, we're going to have some new decks to deal with, one of which will probably be the Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR. I think this card is going to be in Lost Origin, along with the Giratina VSTAR and all of that. The Giratina VSTAR has not been released yet. Comes out tomorrow in Japan, and I'll be doing that opening when I get back from my honeymoon in August. So, until then, we're going to be throwing Zoroark VSTAR against some standard meta decks and seeing if it can hang. What do you think, Riley?
I think the Zoroark VSTAR, it seems like it'll be pretty good into Arceus. It hits that number fairly easily, both the 310 with the big charm and the 280 without. I think the problem Zoroark will run into is going to be twofold. It's going to be consistency, because you have a lot of moving parts to get it going, and it's going to be Palkia, because you need to fill up your bench to do that damage, which will always let Palkia be able to sneak those one-shots, in addition to the knockouts it'll probably take in the early game.
Yeah, I think that is definitely the thing to worry about, since Palkia VSTAR is able to take those big one-hit KOs so effortlessly, and then also spread damage with the Radiant Greninja. Really just a powerhouse of a deck. Looking forward to seeing how this Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR deck works, though. So let's get going and see if we can keep up with Arceus VSTAR.
All right, now, Andrew, while you're finishing shuffling, would you like a heads or a tails?
I am a tails guy.
That's a tails.
I will choose to go first.
One of the easiest parts about Andrew and I testing together is I always call heads and he always calls tails. So you always know who's going first based on the outcome of the coin flip, even if you don't ask.
Yeah, same with Natalie and I. We don't even need to call it. It's just tails, I go first. Heads, she goes first. I'll kick things off with 7 cards.
And that sure is an Arceus hand.
And best of luck, Riley.
To you as well, Andrew.
Cool. I will draw for turn. And really like the look of this opening hand. The Professor Research top deck. I have some plays I can go for next turn. So I'm really liking this.
Now, what do you think you'll want to be doing in these early turns with the Hisuian Zoroark deck?
I think the goal is going to be to just get Gengars into the discard pile and, fill my bench.
Seems good.
That seems good. Yeah. So I really like the look of this hand, as it's going to allow me to do just that. I'm going to kick things off with an Ultra Ball. I can Ultra Ball away Gengar and Manaphy. And I'm going to search my deck, and I really want to get a second Zoroark V so that I can evolve it into a Zoroark VSTAR next turn.
I definitely want those Hisuian Zoroarks to evolve as quickly as possible. That 210 HP leaves them fairly vulnerable to a boss's orders to knock them out.
Okay. I'm going to... All right. I am going to use Gengar's Creeping Back ability, which brings it from the discard pile to the bench and places 3 damage counters on it. And then what are we translating this damage mover? Damage pump?
Mm-hmm.
Damage mover?
Damage mover was a previous card.
It was. All right. Then I will use Damage Pump to move 2 damage counters from the Gengar to my active Hisuian Zoroark V. Then I will play Gapejaw Bog, and I will bench my Hisuian Zoroark V, which places 2 damage counters on it. So that's a pretty good turn 1 for me. It's really all I need. I'll pass to you.
Now, one thing you potentially could have done is I believe that Damage Pump allows you to be a little more flexible with where those counters go. So you could have maybe distributed 1 and 1 to your 2 Zoroarks and saved your Gapejaw Bog in your hand.
Oh, let's do that. Yeah. Put the card back. Yeah, I thought it was just 2 to 1, bro. Yeah. Because I want this for next turn for sure. But I was thinking about. All right, cool. So what I'll do.
Oh, hold on. I think about the wrong card there. No, I didn't even draw yet.
Okay, cool. All right.
Hold on. Leave me one second. Oh, scoop on that. Okay.
There we go. Excellent.
You're good.
So what I'll do. I'll bench my Hisuian Zoroark V, and I'll use Damage Pump, which allows me to move up to 2 damage counters from one of my Pokemon to my other Pokemon in any way I like. So I take 2 damage counters off the Gengar, and I can place 1 damage counter on each of my Hisuian Zoroark V. In that way, I can save my Gapejaw Bog for next turn when I play Research. And with that, I'll pass to you.
Awesome. So I'll kick things off by drawing for my turn here. And honestly, this is a pretty scary situation in the early game. You know, having this Arceus into the active spot while you've already have so many damage counters in play makes me pretty afraid that it's going to be going down. So what I'll do is start off by attaching the double Turbo Energy to my Arceus V. And I'll use a Quick Ball to discard an Energy Search and get another Arceus into play. I really want to get a Trinity Charge off this turn to hopefully be able to accelerate some energy. So I'll grab an Arceus V off that Quick Ball and put it into my hand. And very quickly, it's going to make its way onto the bench here. Bench this Arceus V. And really, there's not a whole much else that I can do this turn. I want to save that Ultra Ball so I can get an Arceus VSTAR. So I'll go ahead and use Trinity Charge. So Trinity Charge letting me search my deck for 3 basic energy and putting them onto my Pokemon V in any way I like. I'll just go ahead and throw those onto my Arceus V. So I have 2 attackers ready to go for next turn. And it's over to Andrew.
Cool. I will draw for turn, and I will attach a Choice Belt to my active Hisuian Zoroark V. I'll play Gapejaw Bog, and I'll use Professor's Research to discard my hand and draw 7 cards.
Very explosive turn 2 for Andrew, and if he's able to draw that Hisuian Zoroark V-Star, he can draw even more cards this turn.
Yeah, that's one of the crazy things about this deck. I'm going to use Evolution Incense to search my deck for a Gengar, put it into my hand. As I am pretty confident that I'm going to be using my V-Star power to dig for more cards, dig for an energy. Well, let me see. Yes, I think that's what I'm going to do.
Easy way to get Gengar in the discard pile is simply by using Hisuian V-Star's ability to discard your hand.
Yeah. Then I will use Trekking Shoes. Look at the top card of my deck. I can put this card into my hand or discard it and see the next card. I think I will discard it and see the next card. Whoo-wee! I'm going to evolve my active into Hisuian Zoroark. I am going to use Crobat's Dark Asset for 1. Going to place Air Balloon onto my Crobat's V. And then I am going to use my V-Star power to discard my hand with 3 Boss's Orders in it, which is absolutely tragic, and draw 7 new cards.
Andrew's certainly looking for that double turbo energy to be able to attack this turn.
It's a swing and a miss.
Oh, no.
Which is upsetting, for sure. I am able to find another Ultra Ball and another Gengar, which is pretty good, though. So I can Ultra Ball away Gapejaw, Bog, and Gengar. And take a look at my deck. I think I just want to get another Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR into play.
Seems good.
Okay. And then I will use Gengar's Creeping Back ability. Place it onto the bench with 3 damage counters. And I will bench one more Hisuian Zoroark V and place 2 damage counters on it. And with that, I have to pass to you.
All right. I'll kick things off by drawing for turn. Not the card I wanted to see in that Drizzile. So I'll start by playing an Ultra Ball, discarding the Drizzile and the Inteleon, so I can search my deck for none other than the Arceus VSTAR. So Arceus VSTAR, let me use that VSTAR power with Starbirth to hopefully let me start moving a little more rapidly this game. Grab that card out of my deck, and I'm just immediately going to use that Starbirth. And off this Starbirth, I think all I really want is to be able to draw some more cards and potentially get a Sobble into play here. And as I'm thinking about it more, probably want to rewind some of this turn.
That's fine.
So let's do that.
Bring it back.
Bring it back. So I'll start things off by using an Ultra Ball, discarding the Sword and Shield Inteleon as well as the Scoop Up Net from my hand. And with that Ultra Ball, I'm going to go ahead and look for that Arceus VSTAR. Now, Arceus VSTAR will give me access to its Starbirth ability, which I'll immediately use. So I can go ahead and find not only a supporter, but a Sobble that I can leverage. And by keeping that Drizzile in my hand, I'll have a guaranteed access to a supporter card for next turn, which will really let me get off to the races here. So off the Starbirth, I'll grab a Sobble. And I also think I'll just grab a Boss's Orders, potentially. Or I could grab an Avery to hopefully disrupt Andrew. But really off the Avery, all he'd be looking to do is get rid of those Gengars, which he could immediately put back into play with the Creeping Back ability. So I think what I'll do instead is just grab the Sobble and the Boss's Orders to allow me to a little more rapidly take some prizes this game. And with that, I'll bench that Sobble. Use the Boss's Orders on the Crobat with the Air Balloon. I'll attach an energy, and then I'll use the Trinity Nova to take a knockout. Won't opt to accelerate any more energy. Feel pretty comfortable with the energy that I have in play.
All right.
And take my prize cards.
Cool. I'll send up Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR, and I will draw for turn. Did you bench that Sobble under the Gapejaw?
I did, yes. Good catch. Let's put those 2 damage counters down.
Cool. I will draw for turn. I will evolve my benched Hisuian Zoroark V into Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR. I will equip 2 choice belts so that my Zoroarks are all ready to go. And I will research. And we really need to find a double turbo energy off of these 7 cards. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well now, not had the most amount of luck finding those yet. We'll use Evolution Incense. Let's see what I'm working with. It was the next card. 1, 2, 3, 4. All 4 of them are in here.
Never check the next card.
You never check the next card. That's fine. And then I do also have 2 Energy Lottos in this deck. we'll grab the Gengar, and then I will use Quick Ball to Ultra Ball away my Gengar.
Quick Ball to Ultra Ball away your Gengar?
Oh, dang it. I'll use Quick Ball to discard my Gengar and get Diancie out of my deck. And then I will use Ultra Ball to discard Diancie and Hisuian Zoroark V to go get my other Diancie.
Really trying to thin that deck out, so hopefully the future turns are a little more fruitful with those double turbo energies.
And you can see my board is a powerhouse right now. If I find my double turbo energy, I am one-hit KOing basically anything in my path.
Absolutely.
So that's the idea of this deck, is to turbo through the deck and find those double turbo energies and take big one-hit knockouts. Now it all lies on this Trekking Shoes. We're going to use Trekking Shoes. That is not the card that I want, so I will discard it. And that is not a card that I can utilize either. So, with that, I will pass it to you.
Now, Arceus, maybe the best out of any deck, will capitalize on slow turns from an opponent.
That's facts.
So I'll go ahead and bench another Sobble, taking those 2 damage counters from the Gapejaw Bog. And we'll start things off by using a Drizzile to search my deck for a trainer card. Because Andrew has had a relatively slow start here, I feel relatively unthreatened by his board, even though it's got a huge amount of damage potential on it. He's not taking knockouts yet, so I can comfortably take these 2-hit knockouts. So really all I'm going to look to do is draw some more cards off of Professor's Research. I do have a big Charm in my hand. Unfortunately, that will not be a deciding factor, as Hisuian Zoroark will easily be able to swing for that 310 damage. I think I will go ahead and slap it down anyway. And then I will play Professor's Research, discarding the Quick Ball from my hand and drawing 7 more cards. Off those 7 cards, I really not looking for a whole heck of a lot. Another Arceus is a good starting point. But honestly, I don't know if I want to leverage a third Arceus this game. I think my most realistic path to victory will be by taking a knockout with these 2 Arceus and then finishing the game off with my Radiant Charizard. So instead, I'm just going to go and bench this Sobble, taking the 2 damage counters from Gapejaw Bog. Unfortunately, not able to bump that yet. Shouldn't come back to bite me. And then I will use the Trinity Nova attack for 180 damage. And again, having the opportunity to accelerate energy, which I will opt out of because I do have 3 energy on my Arceus V.
Okay, I will draw for turn. I will Quick Ball away Diancie. And I am ready. To draw into some of these double turbo energies. This research is going to be quite fruitful. I can feel it.
Is it even possible to whiff at this point?
No. I will use Damage Pump to take 2 damage counters off of my active and put them onto a Gengar.
Extremely cool.
And then I will play Professor's Research, discard my hand, and draw 7 cards, 4 of which are double turbo energies.
Sure enough.
Oh, yeah. So now I will use Gengar's Creeping Back ability to put it onto my bench with 3 damage counters. I will attach double turbo energy, and I will use, what do we call this attack?
Baleful Curse.
I will use I will use Baleful Curse for 310 damage and the knockouts.
An incredible amount of damage coming out of that Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR. Puts a lot of pressure on these Arceus decks, which cannot threaten the one-shot in return. I'll promote my Arceus and start things off with a draw for turn on my end. And right now, I'm just trying to map out what is the best way to win here. And I think what it's going to be is knocking out this Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR and then taking a follow-up knockout with a Radiant Charizard. Seems like the most reliable way to take a win from here, so I just have to figure out what that looks like in practice. I think the easiest starting point will be by using a level ball. And off this level ball, I'm really just trying to get a Drizzile out of my deck to keep things moving and grooving. Not expecting too much disruption from Andrew's side of the field. And I want to actually put in my Inteleon back into the deck with a potential Ordinary Rod. So I'll Shady Dealings and grab that Ordinary Rod. This just gives me more flexibility over the next turn. And with that Ordinary Rod, I'll put back the Inteleon, and I think that'll just be it. Don't need any of my Arceus pieces anymore. Feel pretty comfortable with just the Inteleon. And there is enough damage in play that I actually don't even need to evolve this Arceus into a VSTAR. I can just take the knockout with a Power Edge. So all that being said, I'm feeling pretty comfortable with my board state from here. So I'll just I will use the Power Edge attack for 130 damage to take the knockout with my Arceus V.
Riley goes down to just 2 prizes remaining. And with only 1 Pokemon V in play, he is counting on being able to take the knockouts with Charizard this upcoming turn. I will draw, and I am going to attach Double Turbo Energy to my Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR, and then I'm going to use Marnie. So we both shuffle our hands up, and put them onto the bottom of our decks. I will draw 5, and you get 4.
Marnie, an incredibly powerful tool versus these Inteleon decks that are looking to build up combos over the course of the game.
Cool. And this is the power of Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR. I am just going to be taking 1-hit KOs for the rest of the game. Baleful Curse for the knockout.
All right. So now my only objective is to respond with a Radiant Charizard. Technically, I might have a turn of leeway if Andrew doesn't have an Echoing Horn in his deck. So I'll go ahead and promote that Drizzile and draw for turn. Double Turbo Energy really not affecting my game plan from here. So I will use the Evolution Incense. And thanks to my previous turn, I do have a Sword and Shield Inteleon in the deck, with which I can search out some potential trainer cards to make this combo happen. So what I need at this point to win the game is a Quick Ball, access to a Fire Energy, and a way to get it into the active, and a Choice Belt. So not an insubstantial amount of cards here. Looking through my deck to see if Scoop Up Net's an option, and it is. So I think I will go ahead, use that Shady Dealings ability on the Sword and Shield Inteleon to get 2 trainers out of my deck. And those 2 trainers will be a Quick Ball and a Scoop Up Net. I'll immediately use that Quick Ball, discarding an Arceus VSTAR from my hand, search for a basic Pokemon. And who else would that be than my beautiful Radiant Charizard from the Pokemon Go expansion. And now I feel pretty confident that I have all the pieces I need to make this work. I'll use my Scoop Up Net to bring this Inteleon back to my hand, and I'll have access to 3 more Shady Dealings between the 2 from the Inteleon and the 1 from the Drizzile. So if I can't make it work from here, that's really my fault. I'll use Shady Dealings. And the easiest way to make this all happen will be to simply grab a Raihan. There are other cards in my deck that can make this work, though. I'll grab the Raihan and the Choice Belt. I'll Raihan. Did not shuffle any energies back last turn, so I can put a fire onto my active and search my deck for any one card. At this point, the card doesn't really matter. I'll grab another energy and attach it.
Just to show that you could.
Just to show that I could. And thanks to Charizard's Excited Heart ability, his Combustion Blast attack will cost a colorless less for each prize card that Andrew has taken, of which he has taken 4. So I'll attach my Choice Belt to finish things off and use Combustion Blast for 280 to take those final 2 prizes.
Yeah, that is a really powerful way to end the game. Dang. Radiant Charizard with the big one-hit knockout. Cool. Now, yeah, I was a little slow to find my energy that game.
Absolutely, and Arceus loves to capitalize on that.
Yeah, that was a brutally slow start for me. I think that this deck has a lot of potential to hit turn 2 big knockouts, but after multiple researches, just not having those double turbo energies. I was thinking about the construction of this list quite a bit as I was building it, and it seemed to me like just turboing through the deck, trying to attack turn 2 is like what this deck needs to do, because if you don't, you're losing. You're going to get outsped by Palkia and stuff like that, so you have to be very fast and aggressive. And I think that, I originally was thinking about putting Melanies into this deck, but I was like, what's the point? You're better off just like finding the double turbos. So maybe I put another, but I think that was bad variance also. I mean, that was like all 4 at the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, and the Lottos alongside
and
them.
The Lottos. So like I'm playing 4 double turbos and the Lottos. You have Hisuian Zoroark's ability to sprint. You have the Crobat to draw. You have all 4 trekking shoes. I mean, you should just find one, right?
Theoretically, yeah.
Should.
And I think I agree with the philosophy of playing just the 4 double turbos. Really, you don't want to have to attach over multiple turns to these Zoroarks.
No. And then then the final logic of just the double turbo in this deck is that I play a Rangaroo, so you can save 1 on the other side of the research, right? But if you, if 3 or Zoroarks go down, you lose. So you only need 3 energy. Right? Like, you don't even need the 4th one.
There's no alternate attackers either.
There are no alternate attackers, right? It is literally just, it's literally just, I don't think Gengar does enough damage, frankly.
Yeah.
It does, like 100 on average, That's just not, like, what are you doing 100 to? Nothing. All the single prize attackers have, like Radiant Charizard has, like, 150.
Yeah.
Like, what am I, you're doing literally nothing to it. So, it's quite good. Radiant T-Tran could be cool if I play fire, but I'm not.
Then you have to play fire.
Then you have to play fire energy. You could damage pump to it, it's true, but then you also have to like Raihan to it. It just seems like ugly.
You could Magma Basin, but then that's not a Gabe Jawbog in play.
Yes, that's true. You could play like Magma Basin. It's not terrible. Maybe 2 Magma Basins or something, but it dirties up the list. I think that you'll see in the next couple of games that this list is going to be really gnarly and get like turn 2 knockouts.
Yeah,
like
I don't think Arceus can really deal with that.
I don't think so, but I'm glad that we were able to push it here to if I get 2-0'd, then I'll eat my words.
So in game number 2, would you like to go first or second?
I'll be going first. Cool.
It's funny because normally I don't like to bench Pokemon in my opening hand to play around Escape Rope and things like that, but what I don't want to do is have you play Gape Jawbog and then my Pokemon to eat that damage.
There you go. All right, good luck, Riley.
To you as well.
I will draw for turn, and I've got I have got a fantastic opening hand with 2 double turbo energy and an Oranguru. Unfortunately, I do not have a Gapejaw Bog, but that's why we play the 4 damage pump in this deck, so that I can move damage counters onto my Pokemon after the fact. So I'm going to bench a Hisuian Zoroark V. I'm going to bench Oranguru with the Primate Wisdom ability. I'm going to attach a double turbo energy to my Hisuian Zoroark V, and then I am going to use Primate Wisdom to stack a research on top of my deck, holy moly, and draw into my 3rd double turbo energy, which is totally fine, because I will just put it back next turn.
That's right.
And that's why the Oranguru's here. Go ahead, Riley.
Now, it is pretty powerful to have those multiple copies of double turbo, because you can start attaching them before I can really deal with these Zoroarks, which leaves you less vulnerable to cards like Roxanne. So to start my turn, I'll play a level ball. And really, what could I be searching other than a Sobble off this initial level ball here? I want to set myself up as strong as possible for the upcoming turns by having access to shady dealings. Checking through my deck here, nothing too crazy seems to be missing. Seems like I'll be able to execute on this game plan just fine. Charizard's in the deck, as well as some fire energy, so I'm feeling pretty good. Only outstanding question is whether or not I should play this second level ball to get another Sobble, or if I should save it to have access to a Drizzile. And I think I'll opt to save it this turn. So that'll be all I can do, and it's over to you, Andrew.
Excellent. I will draw for turn, and I know it's going to be Professor's Research because I put it there. I'll attach my double turbo energy to my bench Hisuian Zoroark V, and then I will use Primate Wisdom to stack my 3rd double turbo on top of my deck. And oh my gosh, wouldn't you know it, draw into the 4th double turbo energy. And with that, I will play Professor's Research to discard my hand and draw 7 cards.
You only need 3, right?
You only need 3. I'm going to evolve into Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR and evolve into another Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR. And it's a tough choice because unlike last game where I could not find my double turbos, I am now stuck with all of them in the first 10 cards of my deck. I will attach a Choice Belt to my active Zoroark, and I have a tough decision to make. Yes.
It's always a tough call whether you want to save those energies or get out of the gates.
I think I'm going to choose the aggressive play. I'm going to play Gatejaw Bog and then use my V-Star power, Phantom Star, to discard my hand and draw 7 cards. This 7-card hand is looking really good. I've got Ultra Balls, Trekking Shoes, a Zoroark, and a Research for next turn, so I'm confident about my ability to really take command of this game. I'm going to kick things off with Trekking Shoes. Look at the top card of my deck, and I will definitely put this one into my hand. Evolution Incense can find me one of my Gengars. Let me count how many Gengar are prized. Just one, I think. Okay. So I'm gonna grab Gengar off of Evolution Incense. That's fine. I'm going to Ultra Ball away, Gengar, and switch. And I will grab another Gengar.
Really chaining those Gengars to get your damage up as quickly as possible here.
And then I will Ultra Ball away, Boss's Orders, and my second Gengar to go get yet another Gengar. With all of my Gengar found, I can now start doing some damage. I'm going to use Gengar's Creeping Back ability to put it onto my bench from the discard pile and place 3 damage counters on it. And I will use my second Gengar's Creeping Back ability to put it from the discard pile onto my bench and 3 damage counters on it. And then finally, I will play another Hisuian Zoroark V from my hand to the bench. And with that, I am doing 150 damage with my Baleful Curse attack, minus 20 for the double turbo, enough to knock out the Manaphy and take a prize.
Awesome stuff. Such explosive power from the Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR deck, allowing it to get that quick and easy knockout after the ability. So I'll draw for turn here, getting a Sobble. That'll immediately make its way onto the bench, unfortunately eating some damage. That's all right. Now it's just a matter of how I want to assemble an attack here. There's a couple things that I'm looking for to be able to do over the course of the turn. I want to attack with my Arceus. I want to power up another Arceus to continue attacking. So I need to not only get those 3 energy into play, but I need to have another Arceus ready to go. So I think the easiest way to find those pieces is with the Starbirth ability. To search my deck for any 2 cards, and those 2 cards will almost certainly be 2 energy cards. So I will go ahead, got a water energy queued up and ready to go. I'll find a double turbo as well, put those into my hand. But the fun is not over yet for the Arceus V-Star. I'll play an Ultra Ball, discarding an Inteleon with the quick shooting ability, and that same water energy to search my deck again. And this time, I will look for another Arceus V to power up. Unfortunately, that Arceus V will be taking that damage from Gapejaw Bog. It allows me to keep moving here. For my supporter for turn, I will play Raihan to accelerate the water energy that I just discarded out of this card pile onto my active Arceus and put any single card into my hand. With that, Big Charm Math honestly not coming in super clutch for me here with that choice belt attached to Andrew's Hisuian Zoroark here. So instead, I'll probably keep things relatively low to the ground and just find a Professor's Research. Actually, I'll get an Evolution Incense and put that into my hand. And for my last trick, I will use a Level Ball to evolve one of my Sobbles that was previously benched into a Drizzile, use the Shady Dealings ability, and with that ability, I will grab a Professor's Research to have as an option in my hand if I want to use it for the next turn. And with all of that being said, I can finally attach my double turbo energy as my attachment for turn and swing into Andrew's Hisuian Zoroark V-Star for 180 damage.
Now what's cool about this is this makes it so I just have to find 1 damage pump. because I can move the damage off of a Gengar to 2 of my other Pokemon, since you have helped me out by damaging my Zoroark for me.
Ever so kindly.
Yes, thank you.
You could also move them off of the Zoroark.
Wow, that's probably,
so inclined.
yeah, that's probably even better.
And with all of that, I'll opt to use one of my fire energies instead of my waters. And it's over to you.
Cool. I'll draw for turn, and I will Ultra Ball away Gapejaw, Bog, and Gengar. Searching my deck for a third Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR. One final thing that I'm going to check while I'm here in my deck is if my Silene is in the deck. It is not. It is prized. Silene is the energy recovery card of choice that I have to help get my double turbo back from the discard pile in case anything terrible happens, like this game where I opened all 4 of them in the first couple of hands. Thankfully, a Rangaroo did help me to preserve 1, so I am very thankful for that. I will play Professor's Research to discard my hand and draw 7 cards. Wow. And I have not been able to find a damage mover. So I will quick ball away the Diancie.
Andrew again looking to thin his deck, hoping to find that damage pump so he can take the knockout this turn.
That would be ideal. Let's see. So I'm going to quick ball and get the Crobat V, and then I will Ultra Ball away Energy Lotto and Crobat V to go get my 4th Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR.
And Andrew, is this going to come down to a Primate Wisdom?
That's what we're doing here. Yep, we're going to attempt to find the damage mover with Primate Wisdom.
Damage pump, you mean?
Yep. I'm going to attempt to find the damage pump with Primate Wisdom. So I will use Primate Wisdom to put an air balloon on top of my deck. And it is not the card I need, unfortunately. So I will have to simply use Baleful Curse for 5, 10, 15, 210 damage.
All right, 210 damage. Nothing to scoff at, but not what you want to see when you're playing this Hisuian Zoroark deck. I'll draw for turn. And now I'm debating whether or not I want to maybe try and heal this Arceus or just swing for the knockout and continue developing my board. And I think taking the knockout without any fancy tricks is going to be my best option. I don't see a reason to necessarily preserve this Arceus' HP any further than it already has been. So I'll use that Evolution Incense, get another Arceus VSTAR into play. And because Andrew has discarded so many of his energy, I feel really good taking these knockouts, reducing him down to potentially just the last fumes of his deck.
Yeah, I like Silene in here to recover the double turbo energies because there's a lot of synergy with Primate Wisdom, Trekking Shoes, and your Zoroark VSTAR to go get it after you put it on top of your deck.
All that said, I will use Professor's Research as my supporter for turn to discard my hand and draw 7 cards. Not looking for anything particular off these 7, just want to see more of them. Do find the Charizard in there, and I don't hate the idea of getting it down with a double turbo energy this turn, because I can always recover it if I need to. So I think I'll go ahead and do that. Bench a Charizard, It will take the damage from the Gapejaw Bog. Attach the double turbo to it. And I will use the Trinity Nova attack to take the knockout.
And there goes my Zoroark. Losing those energy early on was really tough, so I have to make the most of this final energy on my active. I'll draw for turn. How many cards are in your hand, Riley?
I have 7.
7. Okay. I am going to attach Air Balloon to my Oranguru. And I will use Oranguru's Primate Wisdom to stack a card on top of my deck and draw another. And then I will use Marnie to shuffle our hands and put them at the bottom of our decks. And I will draw 5 and you get 4. Okay. I've got some tools to work with now. I can use Damage Pump to take a damage count. How's this work? I can use Damage Pump to take 2 damage counters off of my Gengar and put them onto my Oranguru. Then I can use Gengar's Creeping Back ability, place itself from the discard pile onto my bench, and place 3 damage counters on it. And with this, I am doing 200 and... yeah, actually just 200 damage. 250 damage, okay. With this, I am doing 250 damage minus 20, so 230 damage, and I'll be able to take the knockouts on Arceus VSTAR.
Awesome stuff. I'll promote my other Arceus VSTAR here and draw for turn. Draw is a little bit awkward, so I'm trying to figure out what makes the most sense for this turn. I'll start things off with a Pal Pad, because I definitely want to have access to the Raihan over the course of this game. And for that second card, we'll just grab the Professor's Research. If I'm trying to disrupt you, I would rather Roxanne than Marnie.
There you go.
I don't have a ton that I can do this turn, so I think my best bet is to potentially swing into a different Zoroark, boss it up, and hope you can't switch out of the active. You do have an Air Balloon down and a switch. And no double turbos left. So I think that'll be my route here. I'll attach an energy to my Drizzile, then use a boss's orders to gust up your Hisuian Zoroark, and I'll use Trinity Nova for 200 damage and shuffling my deck.
Dang, bro, I'm realizing that I misplayed by putting that Air Balloon down because I'm out of energy in my deck, and I did not rip the Silene there, unfortunately. Okay, I will draw for turn, and I am in quite a bad position now because I have too many resources down, 3 double turbo energies. Riley has stuck me there, and just a really tough board position. I'm going to play the Choice Belt onto my Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR, and if Riley goes to 2 prizes left, I have to look out for the Radiant Charizard. So, I will Trekking Shoes, discard it, and draw. How many cards are in your hand, Riley?
I have 2.
2. Do I know what any of them are from?
Nope.
Okay, yeah, you didn't like scoop up net anything. Cool. And I will pass to you.
Okay. Feeling really good about sticking Andrew there, so I will draw for turn. Now my only objective is to just clean this game up as quickly as possible. So I will use a Scoop Up Net, taking that Drizzile back to my hand, discarding that Water Energy, unfortunately. And this will give me lots of options for this turn. So I will bench my Sobble, taking that 20 damage from Gape-Jaw Bog, and evolve my other Sobble into a Drizzile to use Shady Dealings to search my deck for a Trainer card. And with that Trainer, not a whole ton that I'm really looking for. Unfortunately, Roxanne is prized. So I think makes the most sense is just getting a research to have lots of cards in my hand for the following turns. So I'll play Professor's Research to discard my hand and draw 7 more cards. See, pretty happy with these cards. Don't need to do a ton else here. Don't necessarily want to put a Path to the Peak in play, even though it bumps the Gape-Jaw Bog, because I want my Radiant Charizard to have access to its Excited Heart ability. Those Radiant Pokemon do count as rule boxes. I will play a Quick Ball, discarding a Melanie, to search out just one more Sobble. Give me lots of options for the next turn. Again, taking that Gape-Jaw Bog damage. And from here, I'm feeling pretty good. So I will go ahead and, while I'm shuffling, I'll use that Trinity Nova attack to finish off your Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR and take 2 more prizes.
Cool. I will promote Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR and draw for turn. I'm going to Quick Ball away a Quick Ball and take a look at the remaining cards in my deck. There's not too much going on here. So I will shuffle it back up. And then, let's see, I believe I have a Gengar prized. So right now I am doing...
You're at 210 right now.
210, but if I put damage on the active, I will use Damage Pump to take a damage counter off of... Can I take just one damage counter?
Yeah.
Okay. I will use Damage Pump to take a damage counter off of my Gengar and put it onto my active. So now I'm doing 260 damage, which is perfect to knock out the Arceus. And then I will Marnie.
Awesome. Oh, whoops. Okay. Silly me.
So we'll shuffle our hands, put them on the bottom of the deck. I will draw 5, and you get 4. And then I'm going to burn Energy Lotto. And nope, there's no energy in there. And oh wow, I had another air balloon in my deck the whole time.
Yeah.
I didn't even dig for it on the turn you stuck me. I thought I was out. I thought we said there was a switch and an air balloon in my discard.
I said there was a switch and air balloon in play.
Ah, well, that was a misplay on my part, chat. Yeah. It's cool. We're going to run it back on another one. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Okay. And I will use Baleful Curse for the knockouts.
The math with the Gape-Jaw Bog really coming in clutch for Hisuian Zoroark here. Now, with that damage counter, all I need is a Choice Belt and a Fire Energy to be able to close this one out. So let's see if I can find it. That Arceus VSTAR off the top will not be helping me out in that endeavor. So let's see. I can do 230 damage. Fortunately, that will not be enough. Let's do a quick search with a quick ball. And I think Andrew has clawed his way back up after a difficult turn there, even in spite of not finding that air balloon. All I can really do is find that Sobble. One card short of being able to close out this game, unfortunately. So I'll still attach that fire energy for turn and use that combustion blast, putting Andrew at 240 damage total.
Cool. I will draw. I can use Baleful Curse for the knockouts. I do have Silene finally showing up to work, but don't need it. And as I said, you only need 4 energy. Totally fine.
Totally.
When you're one-hit KOing everything, what do you care?
That's facts.
Now, I'm going to suggest, so we're 1-1. I'm going to suggest that we re-roll the best of 3. Because, honestly, I felt like it's bad variance, bro. It's it's looking like trash over here. Like, no energy for multiple researches. Then, I mean, I'm just going to look like a goon, like my deck doesn't work at all. But yeah, let's re-roll the best of 3. We'll try it again.
Sounds good.
See if we can get. I'm also playing sloppy. I thought that air balloon was not even in my deck.
Not a
I
big
could have
deal.
at least dug for it. I do see some people saying that I should play Bibarel in here. Yeah, maybe. I don't know that you need it, but maybe. You could fit a 1/1 Bibarel in here. Wouldn't be a problem. But I think that the way... And you have so much draw potential, though.
I don't think Bibarel would have really changed the turns that you missed stuff.
No, not really. No. You've got the trekking shoes. You've got the ability. You've got the Oranguru. I do like the Oranguru. I do like the only 4 energy. I'm committed to that. I think that's that's. Good.
I'm into that for sure.
Yeah, I'm into just the 4 energy. No. 4 energy is all you need.
Right.
I'm telling you, 4 energy.
You're attacking 3 times.
You're attacking 3 times. Like, how many knockouts you got to take, bro? If you lose 3 Zoroarks, you lose the game. What do you need more energy for?
I agree.
I'm telling you that it's bad variance with those 2. Plus, I just won that game with 2 energy.
That's right.
And you're telling me I need more? I've already got a Silene in here. That's fine. Yeah, we're chilling. We're chilling for sure.
Agreed.
Flannery? Oh, I just think I'm just going to get Flannery?
I mean, you're not playing this Zoroark deck if you think Flannery is something you should be afraid of at all.
No, right.
Like,
yes, this deck, like, sure, you want to dirty it up with a bunch of water energy and, like, Melanies and stuff, and then just, like, definitely be a slower version of the deck. It just doesn't... I think the idea, you want to play it like a Night March deck or something. You want to just be like, boom, here's my stuff, here's my thing. I'm going to attack for 300 damage turn 2.
right. I mean, if you're looking for a deck with tricks, you should be playing a Palkia or an Arceus, right?
Yes. This deck should just hit 300 damage turn 2. That's like what we're trying to do. I felt like those 2 games were a little wonky, but I do feel like the potential is here with this list. Like, it feels smooth. It's feeling good. So
yeah.
Let's try it again and see how it goes. Get the rust off, and then we'll go from there. Cool.
Sounds good.
All right. Let's get into it. Riley, would you like heads or tails?
Heads, please.
It is a tails, so I will go first. All right, good luck.
To you as well.
I am, let's see. I'll draw for turn. I am loving the look of this opening hand. We've got Gengar, Trekking Shoes, and Professor Research for the next turn, and an Evolution Incense to get another Gengar into the discard pile potentially. So we're looking to have a very explosive start. We'll kick things off with Trekking Shoes. Look at the top card of the deck. And I'll just put it into the discard pile and see the next card, which is a double turbo energy. So we'll place that straight onto my Hisuian Zoroark V, and I'll pass it to you, Riley.
All right. With that, I'll draw for turn. And unfortunately, I'm a little scared that my Arceus will not be long for this world, and I do not have a backup. I will use a level ball. And with that, I will search my deck for a Sobble. Looking pretty nice. I think I'll opt not to use that second level ball in my hand. So I have access to Shady Dealings next turn. And just to make Andrew's life a little bit harder, I will attach a big charm to my Arceus V, so that way it'll have a little more hit points in the event of the Baleful Curse attack coming forth. And unfortunately, that's all I can really do. Not getting the energy attachment or a second Arceus V. Potentially going to hurt over the next few turns if Andrew can get this knockout, but we will see from here. Andrew, it's your turn.
I will draw, and I'll play Evolution Incense. And I'm looking for another Gengar. While I'm in here, I'll also count my double turbo energies. All 4 double turbo energies are in the deck. And my copy of Silene is in the deck, so plenty of access to energy. I'll search out Gengar and put it into my hand.
Now Gengar with his creeping back. You want to assemble those quickly so you can not only use the damage on the Gengar, but have quick activation of your damage pumps to spread them all over your board and take those one-shots.
It's exactly what this deck wants to do. Just really going for the turn 2 300 damage. I will then play Quick Ball, and I'm going to discard one of these Gengar from my hands. And I'll search out a second Hisuian Zoroark V.
Seems reasonable.
Okay. I'll bench the Hisuian Zoroark V. I will use Gengar's Creeping Back ability to bring it from the discard pile to the bench and place 3 damage counters on it. I'll attach an air balloon to my Gengar V, giving it free retreats. I'm going to evolve into Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR and play Professor's Research to discard my hand and draw 7 cards.
Not a whole heck of a lot you need to find off these 7 to take a knockout here.
No, there's not. Fortunately, I was able to find Gapejaw Bog, which is going to help me to put more damage counters on my board. I'll use Gengar V. I'll use Gengar's Creeping Back ability to bring Gengar from the discard pile to my bench with 3 damage counters on it. Then I will Ultra Ball away Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR and a Manaphy. And with that, I think I'm out of Gengars. Yes. So we will get, and I will get a Rangaroo. And then I will Quick Ball away Professor's Research and get Crobat's V. And this deck is capable of drawing an obscene amount of cards on the second turn of the game.
Absolutely. Between Crobat V and Hisuian Zoroark's VSTAR power, I mean, that's up to 13 cards without playing a supporter.
It's pretty gnarly. I'll bench my Oranguru, and because of the Gapejaw Bog, I'll place 2 damage counters on it. And then I will use Crobat V's Dark Asset ability to draw 5 cards. And yes, it gets 2 damage counters from the Gapejaw. We were able to find a damage pump off of the Crobat V, so I can use damage pump to move 2 damage counters from my Gengar and place 1 onto each of my Zoroark. And I didn't even need to use my V-Star power. I could have seen 7 more cards if I wanted to. This is a turn 2, 280 damage. And with that, your Arceus is gone.
Yeah, I think so. So I will promote my Sobble, and I am in an unfortunate position at this point. I'll draw for turn. Finding another Sobble. Unfortunately, that won't really help me in finding a path to defeat this Hisuian Zoroark in the active position. Let's go ahead and level ball to start. Search my deck and see if I can claw together a route here. Off this level ball, certainly going to be getting a Drizzile out of my deck. Now it becomes, what do I want to search off of the Shady Dealings? I think from this position, I just use that Shady Dealings ability, and will probably be simply grabbing a Research to try and get a little bit more developed of a board position. There's a theoretical world where I could maybe piece together a Charizard to get a knockout, but unfortunately I don't have the cards in my hand to be able to do that. So instead be looking to draw as much as possible and hopefully be able to come back with chained Charizards over the next few turns instead. So that Professor's Research going to my hand. I'll bench this Sobble, and Gapejaw Bog will place those 2 damage counters. And then I'll play a Professor's Research, discarding my hand and drawing 7 additional cards. I do find a Sobble, which is good. Want to have access to as many Shady Dealings as possible over the next turn. And then I will use a Quick Ball to discard a Quick Shooting Inteleon and get one last Sobble into play. Gapejaw Bog really putting a number on my Sobbles.
Just think like, dang, if I had Radiant Blastoise right now.
You'd be cooking for sure.
Yeah.
You would unfortunately have a Radiant Blastoise in your Zoroark deck at that point, but it would feel really cool.
It would.
And with that, that's about as much as I can do this turn, unfortunately. So I'm going to pass over to Andrew, not trying to put any more Arceus into play from this point.
I will draw. How many cards are in your hand, Riley?
I have 4 of them.
4. Okay. I will attach a double turbo energy to my benched Hisuian Zoroark. And I'm going to Ultra Ball, discarding Energy Lotto and Gapejaw Bog. And with that, I will search out a Hisuian Zoroark V-Star and evolve my Hisuian Zoroark V.
Seems good.
Getting everything set up. All nice here. In order to help me string draw cards, I will use Oranguru's Primate Wisdom to stack a Marnie on top of my deck. And then I will use Marnie And I can guarantee that I will draw back into that Marnie.
An awesome use of that Oranguru is to continue to guarantee that consistency over the course of a game, even outside of just pushing for that one additional card.
Yeah, I really like the Oranguru in this list, as it not only offers you that consistency with your draw supporters, but it also helps you to preserve valuable resources like Boss's Orders or Double Turbo Energy. With that, there's not too much else that I need to do, so I will simply use Baleful Curse for the knockout, 280 damage.
All right. I'll promote my Sobble and then draw for turn. I do find my Radiant Charizard at long last, so I will throw him onto the bench and take those damage counters from the Gapejaw Bog. And now I got to figure out how to piece together the rest of this game. So I will more than likely need to Raihan and attack with this Charizard this turn. My hand is really not super conducive to doing that effectively, but we'll sure try. So I'm going to Level Ball. Going through my deck here. Going to see if I have all of those pieces available to me. Have the Raihan. Would really like to see an Ultra Ball in my deck. There's one there. So with that, I will evolve up a Drizzile and use the Shady Dealings ability. And with that, I will grab a handy dandy Ultra Ball. So my goal over the next 2 turns is going to be to get rid of both of Andrew's Hisuian Zoroarks and hope he cannot respond from there. So with that Ultra Ball, I will start things off by, well, first things first, I'll play an Energy Search. Search my deck for a basic energy and put it into my hand. I'll grab a Water Energy. And then I will immediately go back in by using an Ultra Ball to discard both the Water and the Fire Energy in my hand and search my deck for another Drizzile. I'll use Drizzile's Shady Dealings ability to put the Raihan in my hand. And now things start to get moving and grooving. With the Raihan, I will attach an energy to my Radiant Charizard and then search my deck for any one card. That one card in this instance is going to be a Scoop Up Net, so I can keep things moving.
Radiant Charizard is such a powerful card, being able to take this knockout from basically no board position to 260 damage. Really impressive.
Absolutely. So I will Scoop Up Net the active Drizzile, returning those to my hand and moving my Radiant Charizard into the active position. I'll use one more Shady Dealings. And with that, I will grab an Evolution Incense to my hand. Well, I want to play around Marnie. So what can I get for this turn? I think in that case, I will not grab a choice spells because they are prized. Huh, that is unfortunate. But that's okay. I'll definitely want to keep that Evolution Incense in the deck, though. So I will simply grab a Boss's Orders and put it into my hand for the following turn, if it manages to stay there. And then for my final trick, I will use a Training Court, put the Water Energy into my hand, attach for turn to my Charizard, and then bench my Sobble without having to worry about the Gapejaw Bog any longer. And that'll have to be it. I will Combustion Blast for 250.
250, just a little bit short of the knockout, but I guess there are some tricks you can play. You could Quick Shooting, finish it off, Gust.
That's my hope over the next turn, is that I can Quick Shooting and Gust. Yep. To remove both Zoroarks and leave you unable to evolve one.
I will draw for turn, and that is interesting. So I desperately want to find a damage pump. I will Ultra Ball away Gengar and Ultra Ball. And I have plenty of damage pump in my deck, as there are 3. So being able to move those damage counters... Oh, it's at 260. Very good. Being able to move those damage counters off of my Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR will put it out of quick shooting range. So I'm going to grab a Hisuian Zoroark V, just so that I can Marnie it to the bottom of my deck. But before I do that, I'll Trekking Shoes. I do not want that card. It's interesting. I could Silene, but I think I can do better than that. Silene gives me a 75% chance of finding 1. I think I can draw into like 2 this turn. I'll Trekking Shoes, and I will choose to discard that card.
Got plenty left.
And then I will use Marnie. So we're both going to shuffle our hands, put them on the bottom of our deck. I will see 5, and you see 4 cards. Oh, where are my damage pumps? Okay. I will use Orangaru's Primate Wisdom ability to place a double turbo on top of my deck and find a Trekking Shoes, which is interesting. I will use Trekking Shoes, discard the double turbo energy, and find Damage Pump, which I will use to move 2 damage counters off of my active over here to my Gengar. And thankfully, we were able to put that Zoroark out of immediate quick shooting range. However, a double quick shooting would still take the knockout, but that will be harder for Riley to negotiate, so I'm okay with it. And I will use Baleful Curse for 280 damage and take the knockouts.
All right. So from this point, I have to find a way to knock out both Zoroarks, ideally on this exact turn, to deny Andrew access to another Zoroark. I'll draw for turn. That card will not help me. But I do have an Evolution Incense in my hand, which I will go ahead and play to search my deck for an evolution Pokemon. Almost certainly going to be the Shady Dealings Inteleon from this situation. Now, I'm really lacking an effective way to take a knockout from here. But with a couple of Shady Dealings, hey, lots of things can happen.
That's true.
So I will start by using a Shady Dealings. Going into my deck here. And I am unfortunately lacking the Pal Pad, which would let me, potentially Raihan again this turn. So instead I'll have to find a different way to navigate it. Without access to a way to switch this Inteleon out of the active as well, without a scoop up net, things get a little bit awkward for me. I think what I'll have to do is make a multi-turn maneuver here.
Multi-turn. I like the sound of that. What do we got cooking, Riley?
So I'll probably have to grab the Ordinary Rod. I certainly need my Charizard back in the deck, and I would really appreciate that quick shooting Inteleon to also be back into the deck. And I think I'm going to have to just Roxanne and hope you have a little bit of a whiff here over the next turn. So those will both go to my hand, and I'll play the Ordinary Rod to grab the Radiant Charizard, 1 energy card, and the quick shooting Inteleon out of my discard. In this situation, I would rather keep the fire energy in my discard because I have access to the training court, which could find it on the other end of this Roxanne. And at this point, I think I've done all I can do, so I will use that Roxanne, shuffling both Andrew and I's hands into the deck. I'll draw 6, but Andrew will draw a mere 2 cards.
Only 2 cards to work with. I do have a backup attacker, thankfully, already built up, but I don't have a third, so I think Riley is trying to figure out if he can find a way to neutralize both of these Zoroarks before I can take my final 2 prizes.
All right. So again, drawing those 6 and 2 cards.
Oh, I do still have my VSTAR power as well.
And you do have access to that VSTAR power. These 6 cards are very underwhelming, but that is okay. We'll bench the Charizard and attach a fire energy to it. And unfortunately, that's about all I can do in this situation. I'll use Training Court to put a fire energy in my hand, and I'll have to pass over to Andrew.
I will draw, and I have got Boss's Orders, which I'll use to bring up the Radiant Charizard. And I will use Primate Wisdom to stack that card on top of my deck and draw the next. And I will use Baleful Curse for the knockout.
And I think that will seal the deal here. I'll draw for turn, and that's not going to be a card that'll ultimately get me there. Evolution Incense can find me the quick shooting Inteleon, but it's too little, too late at this point. Would have really loved to see that last turn.
Yeah.
Can quick shoot in the active, and then I'm forced just to attach for turn and pass it over to Andrew, who can immediately knock me out for game.
Yeah, I've got Baleful Curse for game. Good game there, Riley. I think that in this particular game, this deck did everything it wanted to do.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was looking flames. Didn't even have to use that VSTAR power, which made at the end of the game the Roxanne really not super helpful.
No, yeah. Yeah, that was crazy. Didn't even have to use the VSTAR power. Everything just kind of worked out. And you can see how aggressive these decks are, being able to take big knockouts on the second turn of the game. And it feels like that's kind of the way Standard is heading. We've got Palkia V-Star capable of taking big knockouts, but it's a little bit conditional. Arceus is one of those decks that's able to pare its bench down a little bit and play around those big one-hit KO numbers from Palkia. But Hisuian Zoroark V-Star and the upcoming Giratina V-Star are both able to just take one-hit KOs, and it's not dependent on your opponent's board at all.
Totally. Yeah, and you're able to do that from so little to start because you can draw so many cards with Hisuian Zoroark's V-Star power.
Yeah.
You can go from literally nothing on the bench, just like you did last game, to 300 damage, just
300
like that.
damage, yeah. We could just draw. You know, it used to be Mew VMAX was the only deck that could draw through its entire deck, you know, on the first turn or two of the game. But I think that's Hisuian Zoroark V-Star is certainly going to be one of those cards that can draw through a significant chunk of the deck. And then the Giratina V-Star deck also, I think, will be one of those decks that can just churn through itself with all the Lost Zone, you know, capabilities that the flower wheel guy that, you know, goes and turns. You know what he is?
The flower wheel guy.
Comfy? Is he Comfy?
Is it Comfy? I think it is.
Who is it? Is it Comfy? Chat, help.
I think it's
chat.
Comfy.
It is Comfy. All right. Comfy is one of those Pokemon that, like, is it a Pokemon? I don't know. You know,
It's
easily forgettable.
It's a lay. It's
Sorry,
cool.
it's a lay. Yeah, flower circle thing.
Yeah,
I guess yeah. All right. Let's get into game 2 and see how that one goes.
Absolutely.
I'm assuming that you will choose to go first.
I think so. Yeah,
Yes,
going first is good.
Seems good. Yeah. And you're going to want to turn 1 energy drop.
I think so.
Yes. You've been missing those.
Well, it's the Arceus way.
It is the Arceus way. Yeah, part of me doesn't know how people continue to play that deck, man. It hurts my soul.
Arceus is definitely one of those decks that can have very feast or famine turn 1s. Kind of in contrast to the Zoroark deck, which doesn't need a lot on the first turn.
It does not. Now, going second with this deck is something that I'm really interested to do because I'm playing the Diancie in here, and the idea is that you can use Zoroark V's hit and run attack for free to move into Diancie turn 1. So we're going to see if I'm able to do that in this game. Or, you know, just open the Diancie.
Well, that'll do.
Yeah. All right, good luck.
And to you as well. I'll start off by drawing for turn. That's an excellent card to see off the top here. I'll use my Quick Ball to discard a Fire Energy from my hand. And unlike the previous game, I'm not worried about having 2 Arceus in play necessarily on the first turn of the game. So I can instead search for a Sobble. So things are looking pretty good in terms of my setup. I have an energy attachment from hand. I have some follow-up for the following turn. So not a lot more, not a lot much else you could ask for at this point. Don't have much else I can do this turn, but I'm feeling pretty good about it. I'll pass it over to you.
I will draw, and I've got a cool opening because I have Diancie in the active with its Princess's Curtain ability, which is going to make it so that Riley cannot gust one of my Hisuian Zoroark V to knock it out, which is very good for me. However, I do have a bunch of research in my hand. 3 of them, which is not exactly the way you want to go about your game, because I now only have 1 research left in my deck.
It's about 2 more than you like to see.
Yeah, it's usually about 2 more. I top deck the third was like So now I'm like considering an Ultra Ball for a Rangaroo to preserve 1, but that kind of feels like a wimpy play. Well, let's see. I'm going to Ultra Ball away Gengar and Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR and take a look at my deck. Now, Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR just has a, broken ability, so...
It's true.
Yes. All right, I think I am going to make the wimpy play. All right, with the Ultra Ball, I'm going to grab Primate Wisdom Oranguru, and I am going to push one of these research onto the top of my deck. And the reason in doing that is that all this deck wants to do is turn 1 research, turn 2 research, because that's going to allow me to get those Gengar into the discard pile. It's going to allow me to dig for my energies and see enough of my deck. So I'll use Primate Wisdom to put a research on top of my deck and draw the next card, and that is exactly what you want to see because it's a Gengar. So I can just use Professor's Research to discard that Gengar and see 7 new cards.
Now, the one potential downside is you could whiff a Hisuian Zoroark V, which would leave you in a pretty bad position, but Andrew, drawing those off the top of his deck, is not too worried about that.
Big chillin'. Yeah, that was the gamble of going for the Oranguru, is that what if I miss a Zoroark? But with 4 Zoroark, 4 Quick Ball, and 3 more Ultra Ball in the deck, I was feeling pretty confident. So I do find Hisuian Zoroark V, so I will bench that. I will use Gengar's Creeping Back ability to place it from the discard pile onto my bench and move and place 3 damage counters on it. Then I will also use my second Gengar's Creeping Back ability to put it onto my bench and put 3 damage counters on it. And then I will bench 1 more Hisuian Zoroark V, and I will use Damage Pump to move 2 damage counters off of one of my Gengar to put a damage counter on Hisuian Zoroark V and my Oranguru. And with that, I'll pass it over to you.
Not much else you can ask for after your first turn. I'll draw for turn, and we'll kick things off by just evolving my Arceus V and evolving my Shady Dealings Drizzile to search my deck for a trainer card. So in this situation, my goal is, seeing that Andrew has burned some of his professor's researches, I want to hopefully stick him with a Marnie and a Path to the Peak and swing with my Arceus V. Now, this won't be possible if I potentially whiff another Arceus. I might have to conserve my VSTAR power to search for other things. But this feels like the most powerful play I can make, given that I cannot gust this turn. If Andrew actually didn't play the Diancie, there was a very realistic way for me to knock out his Zoroark this turn, which would be quite strong.
Exactly, which is why I'm playing the Diancie in this list. This list is built to just attack with Hisuian Zoroark V-Stars and take one-hit knockouts. The way to win games with that strategy is to be the first one to take the most meaningful knockout. So you have to prevent your opponent from taking the first two-prize knockout. And Diancie really works well in this list, since the Hisuian Zoroark V does have that free hit-and-run attack. Plenty of opportunities to switch into Diancie turn 1.
That all said, I'll play a Marnie for turn. So Andrew and I will both shuffle our hands and put them onto the bottom of our deck. I will draw 5 more cards, and Andrew will draw 4. I do see some pretty good cards here off of this Marnie, so I'm feeling pretty good. I'll go ahead and attach a double Turbo Energy, allowing me to now use Trinity Nova. But before that, I will use my V-Star power. And with this, really just trying to carve out the rest of my game plan. So first things first, I would love to get a Path to the Peak in play to disrupt Andrew's board state, make it a little bit harder for him to draw cards over the course of the game. And then I will also look to grab either maybe a Big Charm would be good, or another Sobble could be an option. I think we'll just stick with Old Reliable in a Sobble. Then I'll go back into my deck, bench that Sobble, use a Quick Ball, discarding a Quick Ball. And adding that Arceus V into my hand, with which I will immediately bench it.
Yeah, this is a really strong turn from you. The Marnie Path, really brutal. Wasn't able to stack a research because I was trying to save one in my deck with the opening of 3 research. So,
and with that, I'll use the Trinity Nova attack to accelerate 3 energy onto my Arceus V on the bench, as well as knock out your Diancie in the active position.
All right. I will promote Hisuian Zoroark V and draw for turn. I'm going to Ultra Ball away 2 Gengar, which is nice. And this is where I would be off to the races if I had my abilities. But that Path to the Peak is really disrupting my board right now, because it's making it so that I can't use Hisuian Zoroark's Phantom Star V-Star power. I can't use Crobat V's Dark Asset ability. So definitely in a tough spot. I will grab Hisuian Zoroark V-Star off of my Ultra Ball. Is that what I want to do? Actually, yes, that is what I want to do. Okay. I'll put the Zoroark into my hands, and then I will use Primate Wisdom, stack a card on top of my deck, and that card's not bad. Okay. So, oh my gosh. Yikes. I am realizing the error of my ways. Now that I see what that is there. So I put that on top. Yes. Now that I got the double turbo, I actually have a knockout if I had kept the damage mover and put the switch, but I wasn't anticipating drawing well.
It's hard to say, right? Because if you draw the double, obviously you want the mover, but if you whiff the double, you probably want to be able to switch into a single prizer.
Yeah. Yes. Right. So that's what I was thinking is like, I don't want to just leave it there. But actually, this is kind of interesting. So what I'm going to do is I will use the Gengar's creeping back to place it onto the bench.
All right.
Let me read the Hisuian Zoroark V's attack real quick. You may. It's a may switch? Okay. You may switch. I know that I'm getting a card that I need next turn. That's fine. Yes. We're just going to evolve here. And I will use the Hollow Swap. Yes. All right. And I will use Hollow Swap to do 30 damage and switch into Gengar.
Seems reasonable. With that, I'll draw for turn. And I don't hate this situation for me still, because I can still potentially either gust and take a knockout or just go back to even prizes. Things aren't looking too bad over here. Start things off, what better way than by using a Shady Dealings Inteleon to search for 2 cards to put into my hand. And we'll keep things pretty simple and straightforward here. Seeing Andrew's lack of options also makes me want to be a little more aggressive, potentially.
I'm realizing now, because of chat, that actually keeping the switch is always incorrect because he switches.
Yeah.
Yeah, but, it's fine.
I guess that makes sense. I didn't think about that either. So
Yeah, listen, this is my first time ever playing the deck. We're still learning some things.
Cards are in Japanese.
And they are in Japanese. There's a level of, removed that you are from, the text because the cards are in Japanese, and I keep having to peek over to the translations. It's one step removed. I'm telling you, it's so much easier to watch than it is to play.
And off the Shady Dealings, I'll grab a Scoop Up Net so I can guaranteed have an Inteleon for next turn. And the question is whether I want to just heal this damage and get a Big Charm Arceus, or whether I want to potentially Boss's Orders or Melanie or Avery instead. Don't hate the idea of Avery here as a way just to increase my card economy, but it's prized, it looks like. So what I think I'll do is grab that boss. I'll Scoop Up Net the Inteleon, put that into my hand, rebench the Sobble, then use the Shady Dealings on the Drizzile to now prep my hand for next turn. And with that, we'll go ahead and keep it simple here. What's that?
Jesse in the chat.
What's that?
Sometimes I can't help myself, man.
You're all good, buddy.
Dang it, Jesse.
I ought to love them all to my hand.
Sure.
And then I will bench that Sobble, use a Boss's Orders on your Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR.
Okay.
And Trinity Nova for 180 damage.
Okay. Now I do know what my top deck is because I put it there. And had I not put it there and instead put the switch on top last turn, we would have been taking this knockout last turn. But you know what? It's fine. I'll use Primate Wisdom to now put the Switch on top of my deck and get a pretty good card. We've got Evolution Incense, which can go get a Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR out of my deck, and I will evolve it into play. And then I will use Damage Pump to take 2 damage counters off of my active and move them. Move 1 to my Zoroark and 1 to my Gengar.
Poor Gengars.
I know. And then I will play the last card in my hand, which is a double turbo energy, and I will use Baleful Curse for the knockouts and 2 prizes.
All right. So that was my goal by swinging into Andrew last turn, is that it would hopefully set myself up for a situation where maybe he can't continue to respond. So with that, I will draw for turn. That's an excellent top deck in that Arceus VSTAR. So I'll go ahead and evolve it. And now it's just a matter of what I want to do from here. Honestly, I think keeping things relatively simple is the way to go. I'll use a Drizzile off that Level Ball and Shady Dealings to grab a Big Charm and put it into my hand. Just want to make Andrew work as hard as possible, keep him honest on getting this knockout here. And I have a pretty clear path to use Charizard for my remaining knockouts this game. So that's going to be my goal. Don't feel an exceptional need to play a research or anything like that. I like the cards in my hand, so I will use Trinity Nova to take the knockout.
Zoroark hits the bin. I will promote my fresh Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR and draw for turn. I will use Primate Wisdom to stack that card on top of my deck and see the next card. And yes, it is looking like you have got me stuck, Riley. Unfortunately, that path to the peak is really slowing me down, and I just have to pass.
I'm feeling pretty good from here. I'll draw for turn. Pretty good top deck. Would love to just continue to get energy into play. I'll start things off by using a Shady Dealings Inteleon. And now I'm looking to target down Andrew's Zoroarks. So with that, I will search my deck, grab the second boss's orders out of there. And for my second trick, I'll go ahead and grab another Scoop Up Net. I'll use Scoop Up Net to return this Inteleon to my hand. I'll evolve my Drizzile. No, actually hold off on evolving my Drizzile, but I will definitely use an Evolution Incense to now grab my Quick Shooting Inteleon, which will make this boss play really easy for me. And from here, all I have to do is somehow power up a Charizard, and I can take those final knockouts on anything Andrew puts in front of me. With that, I will boss's orders and use my quick shooting ability to put 2 damage counters on the active Hisuian Zoroark. I will end up opting to use my Shady Dealings Drizzile, search my deck. We'll keep it simple and put a Quick Ball into my hand so I can grab that Charizard if I so need it. And then we'll use Trinity Nova for 200 damage, taking the knockout.
Yeah, not doing great. Riley going down to just 1 prize remaining. I will draw for turn. I will use Evolution Incense. take a look at my deck. There's not a lot here. I will grab Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR. Then I will quick ball away switch. And go get myself a Zoroark. And we will Primate Wisdom one more time. Yes, Charles, I should have definitely done that. I just forgot, and then it was Riley's turn, and then, yes, yeah, I know. All right, and then we'll bench the Hisuian Zoroark V, and I will Primate Wisdom to put that on top of my deck, and I can swing for, 230 damage, but I think that the writing is on the wall here, and I am just going to scoop up my cards. Because I trust that you can find a way to boss's orders.
I got the PAL pad in hand off the prizes. So.
Yeah, we'll scoop that up. That was a mean Marnie path. Tell you what, that was really tough. I did have to get rid of a couple of Professor's Research in my opening hand, so definitely one of the strengths of the Arceus deck, being able to grab that path to the peak with your ability and shut the game down from there.
Absolutely. Yeah, Arceus loves that path.
Yeah, the path was really tough. We do play 3 Stadium in this deck, so it's not like a path could just stick any deck.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. You've got, even if you got plenty of outs. I mean, I've got 4 trekking shoes and 3 stadiums and supporter cards, like actual supporters. So sometimes that's just the way it goes. You can't prepare for every single situation. It's not possible. It's a card game. That's why we've got game 3 coming right up, and I'm going to be going first.
And going first seems really good in this matchup, especially for the Hisuian Zoroark deck, which can quickly just take that surge in prizes before the Arceus deck is really even able to do anything.
For sure. Yeah, I could play a 1-1 Bibarel line in here. I do feel like most games I get to the very bottom of the deck, no problems. So it's not, it's fine, actually. Let's doing pretty good. We'll go into game 3 and see what's up.
All right.
Let's give it a couple more. Big riffles.
Really break those new Japanese cards in.
I now need to
show them how we do it here in America.
There we go. Yeah. Yes, we bend our cards in half. Yes, front creases, all that. Yes. You really got to dig your knuckles into the cards.
It doesn't count otherwise.
No, it definitely doesn't. All right, game 3. Do you have a basic?
I sure do.
I do not. So that is going to be a mulligan for you. This deck has got a very explosive draw engine, so I'm not terribly concerned about the path situation. But, could play a thin Bibarel line. I just don't want to commit to a 2-2. I think I like the shoes generally better, because they're going to allow not only for you to turn through the deck, turn 1, turn 2, but also discard Gengars and things like that.
I mean, at the end of the day, the Bibarel wouldn't have been too helpful over the course of the 5 games we played now.
Yeah. Because, yeah. All right, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. And I will bench this guy.
All right, I'll take that mulligan.
Cool.
Oh, let me set up my prizes first. Be the right thing to do. And then I'll take the mulligan.
All right, good luck.
To you as well.
I will draw for turn, and I will attach a choice belt to my active Zoroark, and I will pass to you.
Interesting. Now, as we've seen, that this does not mean that the Zoroark deck does not have a powerful turn ahead of it. So I have plenty of reason to still be afraid. I do have half of that Marnie Path combo in my hand with the Marnie, but no Path to the Peak. So I will start my turn off with a Quick Ball, and not a ton I want to discard, honestly, from this hand. I think I'll start by discarding the Evolution Incense. And first things first, let's get another Arceus into play.
I think so, because it's definitely possible for this one to go down.
And as the second order of business here, why don't we use another Quick Ball? And let's discard a Drizzile in this situation. Give a little more thorough peek into my deck here. So definitely grabbing a Sobble here off this Quick Ball, but trying to understand what the rest of my game will look like. And mainly trying to figure out, hey, how can I power up an Arceus from 0 if I need to next turn is going to be my primary objective. We'll bench that Sobble off the Quick Ball and shuffle the deck. I still feel like I want to attach the energy in my hand to the active Arceus. Don't want to risk wheeling for a double turbo off the Marnie. And I do want to acknowledge that you could whiff a knockout next turn and that my Arceus could live. And in that situation, it'd be kind of awkward if my energy was on the bench. It would just make things slightly more challenging for me. So we'll attach that energy from hand, and then we'll play a Marnie. Andrew and I shuffling our hands and putting it onto the bottom of the deck. I'll draw 5 cards, and Andrew will draw 4. So 5 cards looking all right for me here. I'll bench another Sobble, and we'll pass over to you.
All right. Thankfully, you didn't slam that path down, because I've got things to do. I will draw for turn, and I'm going to kick things off with a Trekking Shoes. Do I want Marnie, or do I yearn for more? And I think the answer is probably, do I want Marnie? I can Ultra Ball away those 2 cards. Go get... Okay.
I think Marnie's always some guaranteed
I'll
cards.
take Marnie, yeah. I'll take the Marnie. I'm going to Ultra Ball away Manaphy and Damage Pump to go get Gengar. And then I will Quick Ball away Gengar to go get Crobats.
Definitely looking to draw some cards here.
That's what I'm trying to do. We're going to try and draw through about 30 cards this turn and start taking knockouts.
That's a good strategy as any.
That is the game plan. I need to find energy. I need to find Hisuian, Zoroark, VSTAR. I need to find some other things, too. I'll Dark Asset to draw 5. Okay. And I will play down Gapejaw Bog. I'll use Energy Lotto to look at the top 7 cards of my deck and see if I find any energy there. There it is. So I'll grab that and attach it to my active Hisuian Zoroark V.
Now, this is already looking pretty scary, and you've barely played any cards.
I will Ultra Ball away the Choice Belts and my other Gapejaw Bog to go find Hisuian Zoroark V-Star. And then I will play Marnie.
So awesome start for Andrew here. Disrupting my hand. Getting to draw some more cards himself. Has the energy. Just needs to find a few more Pokemon to be able to take this knockout.
And off the Marnie, I can still use my V-Star power.
Incredible stuff.
So I will get 5. I find some pretty good cards to work with. I can put Diancie onto my... I find some pretty good cards to work with. We're definitely going to use Evolution Incense to go get another Gengar out of my deck. I'll grab Gengar and put it into my hand. Then I will bench Diancie and place 2 damage counters on it because of the Gapejaw Bog. I will place Air Balloon onto my Diancie.
And it's looking like it's time to use Hisuian Zoroark's VSTAR power to continue churning through the deck and getting to discard that Gengar that you just put to your hand.
Exactly. So we're going to have 2 Gengars in the discard pile, which means I'm doing 180 damage so far. We'll just need to find a damage pump or another basic Pokemon off of this. I will use my V-Star power Phantom Star to discard my hand and draw 7 more cards. And those were some really good cards off of that Phantom Star. I have got a backup Hisuian Zoroark V, which is something I definitely needed. I've got a Rangaroo, and I've got another Gengar that I can put into the discard pile. So I will Quick Ball away Gengar. And search my deck. I will grab another Hisuian Zoroark V and put it into my hands.
At this point, you barely even need the Gengars.
Nope. I will bench Hisuian Zoroark V and place 2 damage counters on it with the Gapejaw Bog. I will bench another Hisuian Zoroark V, place 2 damage counters on it with the Gapejaw Bog. And I will bench a Rangaroo and put 2 damage counters on it with the Gapejaw Bog. Then I will... Let's see. Oh, am I only doing 200? I'm not doing enough.
You're doing 210.
210. I am short. Dang. Oh, well. Missed the damage pump. That is tough. Okay. I will use Primate Wisdom to put Research on top of my deck. And unfortunately, I do not find the damage pump that I need to take the knockout, but I am doing 210 damage, which is still not bad.
I would say so. For your second turn, starting from a Zoroark pass, hitting over 200 damage yet again is very impressive. I will start by drawing for turn, and really the only play I have is to play a level ball and search my deck for a new Pokemon. That Pokemon, of course, being the Shady Dealings Drizzile. And from here, it's just a matter of what do I want to do. I could grab an Evolution Incense, which I think I'll do, to quickly get an Arceus into play. And with that Arceus V-Star into play, it's time to Starbirth.
As we do.
As we do. So let's go ahead and flip that V-Star marker. Use the Starbirth ability, search my deck for any 2 cards, and put them into my hand. First order of business is going to be, of course, the double Turbo Energy. So I'll put that up at the front here. And really the question becomes, what is that second card? Probably want to continue drawing this turn. Don't have a ton of draw cards in my hand, but the Ordinary Rod that's in it seems fairly important to preserve, so I would love to not have to discard that off a Professor's Research. Oh, but some of these cards just don't look like they're going to draw me too many, so I'm going to be in a precarious position here. Really have to weigh the value of the Ordinary Rod versus just getting moving. And I think the right choice is I just need to get moving. And whatever happens from here is what's going to happen. So I'll take that double Turbo and the Professor's Research and add them to my hand. And it's time to go. So I'll attach a double turbo as my attachment for turn onto the Arceus VSTAR and play that Professor's Research, discarding my hand and drawing 7 additional cards. I'll evolve my benched Arceus V into a V-Star, bench a Sobble, and take that 20 damage from the Gapejaw Bog. And that's about all I can do here, so I'll use the Trinity Nova attack for 180 damage and accelerate onto my next Arceus.
Cool. Let's see what I got in my discard pile. Yeah, lots of stuff. Lots of stuff. Okay. That's cool. How many cards are in your hand?
Got 5 of them.
Okay. I will draw for turn, and I will use Evolution Incense, allowing me to search my deck. And I want to go get another Hisuian Zoroark V-Star. Something that I always find really interesting about this format is that there's absolutely no downside to evolving into a V-Star. It's like you don't even have
It's strictly
to
better.
just turn your brain off, just do it, you know? You just evolve. There's no like, oh, well, it gives up an extra prize. No, it doesn't. Just gets more hit points, gets like way better in almost every way. So you just evolve those suckers every time you find them. Then I will use Primate Wisdom to stack a card on top of my deck and draw the next card, which is another Hisuian Zoroark V-Star, which I will promptly evolve.
Seems good.
Then I will use Marnie and put the only card in my hand on the bottom of my deck and draw 5 cards.
Meanwhile, I will shuffle my hand, put it on the bottom, and draw 4.
I will use Damage Pump to remove 2 damage counters from my active Zoroark and put 1 onto my Crobats and 1 onto my Diancie. And then it's looking like we're going to use Baleful Curse for the full 310 damage, which is way more than enough to take the knockout. So
Seems reasonable to me. All right. Things are looking tough now. Andrew's ahead in the prize race. He's got a very developed board position, and I'm just trying to keep things moving here. Now my Arceus is immediately at risk of being knocked out by another Hisuian Zoroark, which is certainly scary. One way I can help to mitigate that is by putting a big charm onto my active Arceus. And right now I'm just debating how much else do I even want to do at this point. And I think the answer is not a lot. So what I'll do is just swing for the knockout with Trinity Nova.
cool. Zoroark going down. Riley will take 2 prizes. And I will promote my Diancie with the air balloon because it has free retreats. Draw for turn, and that is about as good of a card as I could have hoped for off the top of my deck. I do need to find a choice belt to take this knockout. And taking a look at, my deck, there are 2 in the discard pile, which is not great. Not great at all. Huh. Can I afford to 2-hit KO this Arceus? Or should I try to buy a turn? That is the question. Use my V-Star power. I could gust. It technically gives me +1 Oh, my Silene is on the bottom of my deck. I just put it there. I wish I had Silene right now. I wish I did, bro. It is on the bottom. I decided to preserve the research instead of the Silene with the Primate Wisdom, and now I'm kicking myself. But that's okay. I think that's... Huh. What is the benefit if I Gust this turn? It's +1 card off the top of the deck over the course of 2 turns to prevent myself from whiffing the Arceus play. It does give you... No, I think we're just going. Okay. Cool. Going in. For better or for worse. All right, I'm going to use Primate Wisdom to put this card on top of my deck. And, wow.
Sure enough,
the next card's the Choice Belt. So, I will attach the Choice Belt to my Hisuian Zoroark V-Star. I will attach Double Turbo to my Hisuian Zoroark V-Star. And then I will use, actually, Damage Pump. Because I'm going to decide to leave that Diancie with just 1, and I'm going to move 2 damage counters over here to the Crobat, so there's no quick shooting shenanigans. And then I'm going to use Professor's Research to discard my hand and draw 7 cards. And now I am thoroughly in the bottom of my deck, which is exactly where I want to be. I'm going to use Gengar's Creeping Back ability to bring itself to my bench and place 3 damage counters on it. And am I going to do that?
I don't know. Are you?
Is there any reason to build up a 3rd Zoroark? I guess you could go, if I go knockouts, you go knockout with a Charizard, I go knockouts, bench. Yeah, there's a reason. All right, never mind. I ain't doing that.
All right.
Okay. That thing stays there. Instead, I'm going to bench this Hisuian Zoroark V and place 2 damage counters on it because of the Gapejaw Bog. And it literally doesn't matter. You've got 4 prizes. If you go knockout, you win.
Well, we're here.
Cool. And then I will retreat into Hisuian Zoroark V-Star. And I will use Baleful Curse for 310 damage to take the knockouts.
Seems very good. I'll promote my Drizzile for turn here. And draw for turn. Double Turbo, not exactly what I want to see at this point. We'll kick things off by playing a Level Ball and searching my deck. Now at this point, I am really just trying to go in with Charizard and figure out a win from there. In order to do that, we're going to go ahead and Shady Dealings. And ideally, I can find a Shady Dealings Inteleon this turn as well, just to keep things moving. So I'll grab an Ultra Ball off that Shady Dealings. That'll go to my hand. Then I'll play that Ultra Ball, discarding a Double Turbo Energy and a Level Ball. Search my deck for my beloved Shady Dealings Inteleon. Now at this point, I am in a little bit of a difficult position because I would love to Raihan and power up another attacker alongside the Charizard, but I don't think I'll have that luxury here because I don't want to leave Andrew with that big of a hand. At this point, I feel like if he does have that big of a hand, he's probably going to win the following turn. So instead, I will grab a Scoop Up Net to return the Inteleon to my hand. And without my training court in the deck, I'll have to grab my energy search. And this is where having the Ordinary Rod prize could really bite me, because I feel like I have a great 2-turn strategy if I have a Charizard, but I do not. So I'll put both of those cards in my hand and then play the energy search, grab that second fire energy out of my deck, and things are going to get moving and grooving here. I'll bench that Charizard, take the 2 damage counters from the Gapejaw Bog, attach a fire energy to it, scoop up net the Inteleon back to my hand, and promote the Charizard. It can now attack for 1 energy with its Excited Heart ability, and I'm actually already doing enough to knock out this Hisuian Zoroark. So at this point, just want to make sure I have a clear path to win. I will bench that Sobble. I think I want to preserve my Shady Dealings, so I will use Roxanne. Andrew and I both shuffling our hands into our decks. I'll draw 6 cards, and Andrew will draw a measly 2.
So you have to find Ordinary Rod off of the prizes?
Ordinary Rod has actually been discarded by my prior professor's research. So I'm actually hoping that you kind of whiff for a turn or slow down for a turn, so I can have the luxury of accelerating to an Arceus.
That makes sense, yes.
Or not accelerating as much as attaching.
Yes. Roxanne, very good card.
Draw those 6 cards.
I'm going to get 2.
And I do find a Quick Ball, which is good. I'll use that to discard a Manaphy and get an Arceus V into play, putting those 2 damage counters from the Gapejaw Bog. And with that, I will use the Combustion Blast to do 250 damage and knock out the active Hisuian Zoroark.
Yeah, that is tough. 2-2 prizes. Doesn't get closer than this off a Roxanne to 2. I do find a couple of energy, so that is quite good for me. I will use Primate Wisdom to stack that card and draw the next. Okay. And I suppose there's no reason to use Gengar right now because I don't need it. So I can attach the double turbo energy to my Hisuian Zoroark VSTAR, retreat into it, and I am doing 230 damage with Baleful Curse. We'll take the knockouts.
All right. So really in the home stretch here, Andrew needs to not have a boss in his hand. And that's just going to be the way it is. I'm going to promote my Arceus V. And I will draw for turn. We'll kick things off by using an Ultra Ball, discarding a Charon's Care, and that Arceus V. Search my deck for an Arceus V-Star. We're going to have to make a little bit of an awkward play here, but that's all right. As long as the play is being made at all, I feel pretty good at this point. I'll evolve that Arceus V-Star in the active position, and I will scoop up net for pitifully little value on my Drizzile.
Okay.
And put that one back down and evolve my Drizzile for a Shady Dealings. With that Shady Dealings, I need to grab a Raihan. And I think off the Raihan, I almost need to grab like a Big Charm, so I don't immediately lose. This is a really tough situation. Fortunately, don't have any more ways to get this Charizard into the active position. we will start with that Raihan. And play it. Accelerate the fire onto the active Arceus. And go into my deck. And with that, we'll grab a big charm to hopefully make it a little bit harder for Andrew to take this final knockout.
Yeah, I'm 10 short right now. Doesn't feel great.
Attach that big charm to my active Arceus. And I'll pass over to you.
Okay. I will draw for turn. I will quick ball away a switch. And see. I got quite a few live cards in my deck. I've got 3 Boss's Orders and 1, 2, 3 copies of Trekking Shoes. So I will fail. I am starting to feel like, maybe I do need to have a Bibarel in here for the Roxanne plays. Just at the end of the game. I am at the very bottom of my deck.
Do have plenty of outs to make things live, so let's see what we can make happen here.
Yep. Apparently Boss was the next card.
Never look.
Never look. Yeah. Okay. There's the deck. I will use Primate Wisdom to look at this next card. Wow. And then I will attach the double turbo energy, and I have to use Professor's Research to discard my hand and draw 7 cards. Okay. I've got plenty of Boss's Orders in my hand now.
I bet you do.
I will use Gengar's Creeping Back ability. And I have to... see, I'll play Energy Lotto. Okay. And I have to swing for just 10 shorts of a knockout.
All right, this Arceus at 300 damage. Definitely doesn't feel great. I'll draw for turn. And that's not the card I'm necessarily looking for here. I'll bump to the Gapejaw Vogue, though, with a Training Court, and use that effect to get an energy from my discard pile onto my Arceus. Unfortunately lacking that last double turbo that I need, and could not afford to search it off the Raihan.
Or else you just lost, yeah.
Yep. So I will boss that Crobat and put it in the active, hoping to stick you for a turn.
Okay.
And I'll pass to you.
I will draw. And I will play Silene. Heads.
That's a heads.
And heads. And with the Silene, I will put the switch on top of my deck. Up 2, yep. And then I will use Trekking Shoes to draw into it, play the switch, and we have got Baleful Curse for the knockout in the game. Wow, that was very close.
That was impressive. Good showing by the Zoroark deck.
Yeah, that was cool, man. That was cool. It was a lot of fun to play. So that is the Zoroark deck. Thank you, Riley, for the games.
Of course.
It was really close. I think the Charizard was very good in the Arceus deck.
Yeah, maybe it's time to lean into it harder. I looked at some of these online lists, and it seemed like just having an ordinary rod in the Charizard was enough for a lot of people. But if I had a Clara out, that was just game.
Oh, that was game. Yeah, you were going to be able to just rinse, reuse, and recycle that Charizard to take the final 4 prizes in a game.
Well, what I really liked in this matchup especially is if you have 1 damage counter on the active, you can even, as soon as the first knockout, you can Raihan, double turbo, choice belt to do 260 to finish off that Zoroark.
Yeah, it's crazy good. And it seems like Arceus is almost the perfect way to lead the Charizard in because it gives up 2 prizes. And then once it's down, Charizard and Inteleon together can kind of piece together the rest of your prizes, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it felt really good. I loved having the option. One of my least favorite parts about playing the Arceus is you didn't have a lot of tricks if you were being one-shot.
Yes.
Charin's was kind of like your main trick in these straightforward Arceus Inteleon decks, but Charin's doesn't really work if you're being threatened by one-hit KOs. And Charizard is another trick you can add to your toolbox, being able to take those one-hit knockouts in return against opposing Pokemon VSTAR.
Right. And when we were building this list this morning, we were looking over it, and, we hadn't played any games with this archetype, so we're kind of just brainstorming, right?
Yeah.
So we're just brewing there. And I think that I really like the call of just playing the double turbo energies. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I also really liked the Silene in there. That felt good to, you can get a double turbo back in a pinch. You can get Boss's Orders back in a pinch, a switch, or whatever card that you need. That kind of felt like a good answer to that. I do think that this list could maybe use a thin Bibarel line, just 1-1 or something like that. Maybe play 1 Hisuian Heavy Ball if you want to. But we decided not to tech out the list super heavy early on because we were just going to see if the archetype worked or not.
Yeah.
With Silene in the deck, the opportunities to reuse cards are pretty endless because you could play a Palpad, you could play 2 Silene, you could play cards like the Canceling Clone. If you have an out versus Miltank, you could play a Canceling Clone, Silene, the Canceling Clone back, do these kinds of things. And with the Oranguru, I really do like the Oranguru's ability.
Oranguru was really good.
Yeah, the Oranguru's ability to save cards, I think, is very valuable in a deck that wants to be discarding so many cards, right?
Yeah.
So the Oranguru felt necessary in this double turbo only version of the deck. But there are certainly a lot of ways to play it. So I'm excited to hear how some of you may like to play your own Zoroark VSTAR deck in the Discord. If you haven't already, make sure to check that out. And also fullgripgames.com for our 4th of July sale. We've got a lot of sealed product available there for some great discounted prices. With that, we're going to get out of here. So you all enjoy your Gym Leader Challenge birthday. It is GLC's 1-year anniversary. Hopefully you have some time to play some good matches today. I know it's not what we showed off today, but know that Gym Leader Challenge will be in my heart for the rest of the day as we celebrate. It's Inception week, the week of its inception. I don't know. Anyways, y'all take it easy and have a good one.
Thanks so much, everybody.
Yeah, and thank you, Riley, again for being here.
Of course, my pleasure.
All right. We'll see you.